Hello. Karibuni, nimeingia sasa. Guys, welcome. Najua mlikuwa mmeningoja sana. Karibuni tuchanganue ile maneno inaendelea katika nchi yetu. I can see Guy Skoma. Guy Skoma, karibu sana. Nimefika. So guys, ingieni kwa kipindi ili tuendelee, nisianzie mambo alafu hauko. Tafadhali ingieni kwa kipindi, alafu wacha niweke link. Link ndio hiyo kwa yule mtu ambaye atataka kuingia. Tuko hapa. Karibuni sana. Leo discussion yangu ni everyone in Kenya not giving government peace. How long does it go? Yani hakuna amani Kenya. Yani kelele ni mingi sana. Too much noise. So karibuni. Kelele ni mingi sana. Okay, wacha niandike ujumbe kwa watu. Wale ambao mnaendanga ile ngambo ingine ya Shiro in Auckland, mnaweza vuka hii pande ingine. Karibuni. Nawakaribisha, karibuni. Tusukume ili gurudumu kwa the next 1 hour, alafu tufunge. So nawakaribisha hapa ili tuongee. So karibuni. Nawakaribisha hapa. So mumefika, nataka kusikia kama muko. Ingieni katika kipindi. Leo tunataka kuhandle zile kelele ziko kwa nchi. Kwa nini watu wanapiga kelele? Why are people making noise? We need to analyze that noise. Are people justified to make noise? Na ukitaka kuingia katika show yetu, unakanyanga hiyo link na unanikuta hapa. So tumekuwa tukikuwa na good shows sababu yenu. Kama vile mnajua ya kwamba Kenya mambo imekuwa ni mengi, muda ndio mchache. So we really hope that things are okay. Among zile vitu zimejitokeza na mulizisikia ni ya kwamba mulisikia serikali ya South Korea ilipinduliwa jana. So hiyo ndio yale mambo ambayo ni muhimu sana ambayo we can take note on. So apart from that, sisi tu ni kuendelea hapa. Alafu pia mulisikia kanisa jana iliongea about zile vitu zinaendelea nchini mwetu. In other news, kuna mashule zinafungwa na boarding school. I think a majority of them. Sijui ni kwa nini. So karibuni wapendwa. So we have a lot to discuss today. Ni nyinyi. Okay, guys, kama anasema nice to see you. Yes, mimi niko hapa kwa ajili yenu. So let's continue building this program. Juliet Nicole, karibu sana. Keep subscribing. We grow the channel. So in the biggest news ni response ya kwa Ruto. Ni response Ruto leo, most people have responded to Mr. Ruto, especially wale watu wa upinzani saa hii wanasema Ruto amekuwa akiambia watu ni wenda wazimu ama wako na mapepo. So hiyo ndio the biggest response ambayo tumesikia sana kutoka leo kwa news ya leo. Lakini nyi watu lazima sasa tuanzie kujishikanisha sasa kama viumbe ambao wanatetea nchi yao. Sababu sasa watu ni kama wametuteka nyara na hatujui tufanye nini, lakini ni sisi wenyewe sasa tujue vile tutajiunganisha. Mumesikia masauti ya dissent mingi sana, mumesikia watu wanaongea. Kuna watu kama akina Gaizo, nimekutana na video zake TikTok, anapiga nduru sana. Unaweza fikiria hata yeye ndiye opposition ya Kenya. So unfortunate that we lost Kenyan opposition. So I hope we have a way to respond to this government. Mimi hiyo tu ndile kitu naomba najiuliza tu, I hope we have a way, because kelele zimekuwa mingi sana Kenya. We have so much noise and it's not a joke from all sectors. Hata wale ambao walikuwa wametulia wameanzia kupiga kelele. Nothing is working in our nation. Na si ati tunajifanya, hakuna kitu ambacho kinafanya kazi saa hii Kenya. Things are not working. So I hope we will build a nation which is serious, and Kenyans will be able to revert to sanity again once we are done with Zakayo. We must think of unconstitutional methods which we can get him out, unless kama sisi ni wale watu ambao wanapendanga kuumia sana. Na sifikiri baadhi yetu ati sisi ni wale watu wanapenda kuumia sana. Hapana, sisi ni watu ambao wanapenda Mungu na tunapenda Mungu vizuri, and we have to grow our nation. Zakayo na vikaragozi wake wameamua kutuharibia nchi. So lazima pia sisi tujiandae. Unajua ile wakati mtu ameamua kukumaliza, na wewe lazima pia ujipange kumumaliza. So sasa hapa ni tunapambana na Ruto na yeye anapambana na sisi. Tuone ni nani atashinda. But I don't think he can win, because people have never been wrong. There is no way in which watu 55 million they will be wrong. Nataka musikie huyu kikaragosi wa Ruto. Huyu kikaragosi wa Ruto nataka mumusikie. I want you to hear huyu kikaragosi wa Ruto. Nataka niwape huyu kikaragosi wa Ruto, na pia nitaongea mambo kidogo kuhusu UN. Inasemekana ni kama UN wanataka ku streamline their structure, na vile Trump amesema. Kuna department Trump ameintroduce inaitwa DOGE, I think Department of Government Efficiency. UN ni kama wameamua, they also want to work on their efficiency. So that is also something which we will explore tukimalizia tu, but for now we will more concentrate with Kenya. Hebu musikie huyu beshte.
Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri wa Kenya na chairman wa Defki Group, mawaziri na watu wa Voi wote, hamjambo? Hamjambo tena. Mheshimiwa Rais, kabla sijasema moja, kuna kitu imenikera kidogo. Hii ndiyo mara yangu ya kwanza kuhudhuria hafla ya uzinduzi ya kampuni ya rafiki yangu Defki. Na wewe umezundua mingi sana huko Njoro, huko West Pokot hapa. Na leo ndio ametangaza ya kwamba wewe sio partner wake. Sijui anaongea juu yangu ama juu ya watu wa mtandao. Hiyo imenisumbua sana. Labda anataja analenga mimi. Ndio anasemanga vitu kama hizo, sasa awache. Ndio namaanisha. Sasa nimewacha kuanzia leo, ndio nimejua ya kwamba kumbe tulikuwa tunahubiri injili nyingine. Ya pili, Mheshimiwa Rais, mambo ya viwanda, mambo ya housing, mambo kadhali yote yalikuwa katika manifesto yetu vile nisema jana, na ilikuwa katika manifesto ya Kenya Kwanza, Bwana Rais. Na sasa mambo inafanyika, na sisi kama upinzani sasa tumesema kama yale yalikuwa kwa manifesto yetu yanafanyika, hakuna kitu ya kupinga. Sasa tunangoja kitu ya kupinga, kwa sababu mambo ambayo tulikuwa tunataka kama yanafanyika, iko haja ya kupinga. Ya pili, Mheshimiwa Rais, ile finance bill ya 2023 wakati hiyo nilikuwa naongozi wa bunge, hii nafasi yangu ilikuwa na waziri yako ya kawi. You know, in the country now, Your Excellency, there is BBB and there is ABB. BBB means before broad-based government, and ABB means after broad-based. So when he was before broad-based, ushuru ililetwa ya kuweka 17.5% ya mambo ya clinker. Tulipinga mbaya sana. Tulisema hii kitu ni mbaya, na yeye ndo aliniongoza na mimi nikamfuata. Kama wakati huo nilikuwa whip. Tulisema hii ni mbaya sana. Hii ni mambo ya kufungia mtu mmoja. Hii ni state capture. Sijui nini. Iko kwa record ya bunge, hata kama yeye ni waziri sasa hawezi kuruka. Alisema hivi. Baadaye tukagundua kumbe mambo ni tofauti. Kumbe hiyo ilikuwa inasaidia ili watu watengeneze viwanda mingi ya kutengeneza clinker. Watu wengi wameapply sasa kufanya kazi ya clinker. Mambo ya kutoa clinker huko ng'ambo ikakwisha.
Nataka msikie sycophant, yani mtu akiingia serikali how it is difficult to explain. Nataka msikie how difficult it is, yani vile kuna ugumu kuelezea serikali. Hata serikali inafanya kitu ugumu, the guy is sweating.
Sasa unajua kuelewa mambo ni hivyo polepole. Saa nyingine unapinga kitu na inakuja polepole. Ya leo hii hatutapinga kwa sababu naona ni kitu mzuri pia. Hatutaki kuingia kwa hiyo mtego ile tuliingia ya kwanza ya clinker. But Your Excellency, what I want to say is that huko bunge sisi tutaunga mkono mambo ambayo yatapeleka nchi mbele. Na mimi nataka kuhimiza wananchi ya kwamba sisi tumechaguliwa kama wabunge, tuko na akili na tumesoma na tunajua. Hatuwezi kuwa tunakubali mambo ambayo yanadhuru wananchi. Lakini hatuwezi pia kusema ushuru yoyote ambayo iko katika nchi yetu ni ushuru mbaya. Lazima tutofautishe gani mzuri, gani mbaya. But if we generalize everything and we say all taxations are bad, then tufunge nchi. Kila mtu sasa aende kasi yake ingine, alime shamba yake, kila mtu afanye angalie kondoo yake, ngamia yake, kila mtu afanye kasi yake. Hakuna haja sasa ya kukua na nchi. Sasa hii nchi yetu imekuwa katika shida, and we must accept ya kwamba even though mimi nilikuwa nataka baba yangu akuwe rais, lakini kaenda hivyo hivyo. Nchi ilikuwa katika hali ngumu. Your Excellency, when you took over, deni zilikuwa nyingi, mambo ilikuwa mazito. Watu ya upinzani kama sisi tulikuwa tunangojea na tumetarejea kwa muda mrefu mpaka sasa imekuwa after broad-based sasa ikachelewa ya kwamba mtashindwa kulipa hii deni. When are you going to default? Not if. We knew this was they are going to default. When they default, sasa tuko na hawa bega kwa bega. Tuambia si wameshindwa na kazi. Sasa Mheshimiwa Rais, congratulations. Umejikakamua mpaka leo. Naona mambo inaenda hivi tu vizuri kabisa. So sisi tunaunga mkono kwa kazi nzuri na uchumi vile mimi naona sasa vile deni inalipwa na policies ambayo umeweka ya macroeconomics ambayo zinasaidia nchi. Naona hapa mbele kuna nuru. Hapa mbele hakuna giza. Na ile wale watu ambaye unajua sisi pia tulileta kwa serikali experts kali sana, Your Excellency. Tunaita wa experts. Huko ODM wanaitwa experts. Wana ujuzi tofauti. wengine wana ujuzi zaidi hata ya kibinadamu nyingine hatari, chungana na hawa. Lakini ni ma experts ambaye tumesema wakilishe wananchi, wasaidie wananchi, na sisi tutahakikisha ya kwamba katika bunge, mimi ndio sasa kiongozi huko, tutahakikisha tutafanya mambo yote ambayo itapeleka nchi yetu mbele, na tusiwe nchi ya kulalamika peke yake, kwa sababu mimi nina uhuru ya kusema chochote mimi nataka kusema. Huwezi kufunga mdomo yangu. Jana nimeongea hapa Taita Taveta, naona wengine wananirukia, Junet kwa bana, mdomo ni yangu, siasa ni yangu. Wakati tuliingia wamama vile wanavaa, waliambia wamama walisema my dress my choice. Mimi pia nasema my politics my choice. Huwezi kunilazimisha vile mimi nataka kwenda. Kwa hiyo machache, asanteni sana, tukutane mbele.
Hao ni wale wajinga wako Kenya, mmewasikia, ati lazima aongee vile anataka. Junet lazima aongee vile anataka. Ole wako wewe, you don't own people. Junet has become a careless talker. In fact, nilikuwa nataka kucheza hiyo video ili muone wale watu tulikuwa tunasukuma, tulikuwa tunasema pia wanaweza unda serikali, vile wanaongea wakiwa ile ngambo ingine. Ameinherit ile upuzi ya Gachagua. Ile Gachagua alikuwa anasema ikiwa ile ngambo ingine. I think very soon Junet ndiye atakuwa shareholder chairman atakuwa Junet. The level at which ODM experts are drowning is extreme. Raila alituambia tu alipeana experts waine. Was Junet party ya wale watu walipeana? I thought ODM was not in the government. Kwa nini Junet anaongea hivyo? Mbona hii Kenya iko na uongo mingi sana? You know guys, you need also to help me understand this. Tuliambiwa interaction ya Ruto na ODM ni kupewa watu waine. Oparanya, yule jamaa mwingine wa Migodi, Wadai, huyo mwingine sijui ni gani. Tuliambiwa ODM walikuwa tu watu waine peke yake. So hao watu wengine ambao wanatetea serikali ni akina nani? So hii ndio tunaitanga siasa ya utapeli, siasa ambayo ijielewi. Sababu Raila mwenyewe muongo mkubwa con atatuambia napeana watu waine. Akina Junet pia walipeana, sababu wanaongea the same na serikali. But anyway, Junet wachana naye, so acha nione vile guys kona anasema Junet underestimate Kenyans, he can't talk BS bullshit while using taxpayers money. We will address him. He should not shut the public too, of course. Yeah, we do not appreciate him. Hiyo speech yake, it was not called for. We denounce it. We need representatives. Tunahitaji watu wazuri, watu ambao wanaongea siasa mzuri kwa nchi ya Kenya. Hiyo siasa tumeikataa. So hiyo siasa tumeikataa. ODM can't be trusted too. Check behind the scenes. That's why they come with a lot of distractions. Yeah, lakini tuliambiwa ODM inapeana 4 experts. Guys corner, I'm referring to what Raila Odinga was saying. Kutuchukua utoto. Ati tunapeana 4 experts. Wangesema tu aliingia chama mzima kwa serikali. Let's be clear about that. ODM is fully in government. Na kuna kitu ya kuficha hapo. ODM ni serikali na serikali ni ODM. In fact, hata kuna jamaa alikuja hapa jana akatuambia kuna uwezekano Ruto atavai na ODM. Maybe there's that possibility. So in other news, ili wa Kenya mjue hii mambo mnaweza. Courtesy of guys kwa ambaye anani update. Sikuwa nimeona hiyo news from World News. Prime Minister wa France amepewa vote of no confidence. So hii ni vitu najaribu tu kuonesha ya kwamba people are awakening in different places. At least people have members of parliament who can help them. So and I think now huyu jamaa alisaidiwa through coalition na sijui kama atatoboa. I think huyu jamaa alikuwa amesaidiwa through coalitions na sijui kama atatoboa. Huyu Macron ni coalition aliundauda na watu pale. So watu wanaamka. Watu wamejua serikali zimewachezea sana. Kama hata huyo Macron amekaa hapo sana, I think from karibu kwa 2014 ama nini. Amekaa sana. So now is prime minister. Ebu tusikie hiyo story from BBC. We hear what has happened in France, ili mujue hata sisi tunaweza pea hawa vote of no confidence. So it's not that can do it. So wacha tusikie BBC.
New offline instant translator just dropped. Check out this brand new instant translation device.
Well, there we have it. The result of this no confidence motion. Michel Barnier has been brought down by a no confidence vote in Parliament that has succeeded. 331 MPs in the parliamentary chamber voted in favour of the motion, expressing no confidence in the Prime Minister Michel Barnier and in his government. That means that Michel Barnier has been brought down by a parliamentary vote. The first time that a French Prime Minister has been brought down by a parliamentary vote in this country since 1962. His government now falls, and he will have to tender his resignation to President Emmanuel Macron. He becomes the shortest serving Prime Minister of the Fifth Republic of France, which began in 1958. So a reminder of the figures: 331 MPs in Parliament. This is a chamber that has 577 MPs inside. Voted no confidence in Prime Minister Michel Barnier, and his government falls. Salome Sake, can I just come back to you, our political commentator, on the line now? Your reaction to that result?
Well, it is, and it was expected, but it is unprecedented. I'm talking right now, we don't have a prime minister anymore. He didn't resign yet, but it's very likely that he will, and we just don't know what's going to happen. And if you talk to the specialists of the constitution, this is a new scenario. We don't exactly know what is going to happen with the budget. So if they are going to start it from the start, if they're going to redo it with another government, which would be in 2025, or if they would keep the prime minister not as a prime minister, but would keep the parliamentary procedures, because it was rejected by the parliament, but it was discussed in the Senate. And we don't know what is going to happen with this budget, even though it's likely that it's going to be totally rejected. But now we don't. I think we just tonight got even deeper in the big political crisis that we were already facing for a few months in France.
I'm just seeing the first reactions that are coming through, Salome, as we speak. Mathilde Panot from the left has voted and has spoken, and she said that today is a historic day. And she said the Barnier government has fallen, but also what she describes as a violent budget. So that means that Michel Barnier's government has fallen. He will not be able to push through his budget, which has...
Anyway, kuweka watu kwa perspective, ni tuna explore kile kimetendeka kule Ufaransa, France. I think pia France wako na mashida mingi sana, internal political issues, hata kama hatujui. So, kama vile kila nchi iko na mashida yake, na inaonekana France wameamua kupindua serikali yao kupitia wanabunge. So watu wakiwa na bunge strong, munaweza sema kitu, but so Chaimoba anasema hasta ni unajua ni kungolewa. So Chaimobu tuache mambo mingi. So the guy has to resign. So jamaa shaangolewa. So hata sisi lazima tufike hapa. Kenya lazima tufike hapa. Iwezekani wale watu hata wajalia kutuliko, kwa sababu sisi Kenya sijasikia kilio ya France for so long. Sisi tumelia miaka 2 miaka 3 sasa. Hata sisi lazima tufike hapa. Hata sisi lazima tufike hapa, tupende tusipende. It must be this painful. Mnaona hao hawezi ngojea ati serikali ati, ndio nilikuwa nikiwaambia jana, hakuna hiyo story ati ya kusema ati serikali ipewe time is a fallacy. Ati wapewe time. Ati serikali ipewe time is a fallacy. Wao wanakupea time ya kuokota kodi. Unajua kuna Kiswahili mimi naulizanga watu, wale watu wanasemanga serikali ipewe time, wao wanatuambia kodi ya hii mwaka tulipe 2 years to come. Wao wanatupea time tuokote hiyo pesa. So but it is unfortunate, sababu ya Kenya hatuwezi pitia hapa sababu wabunge watu wamenunuliwa. Sasa sisi lazima tuende layer 2. Na Ngaiko, na unajua layer 2 ni gani? Layer 2 sasa ni ya raia yetu, sasa ni raia. Sasa sisi we force, lazima tusukume wabunge kufanya the right thing. So sisi ile kitu tunafaa kufanya sasa ni kukue na maandamano kwa eneo zote za mbunge, in the office ya mbunge wenyu. Tuende tumwambie tunataka ung'oe Ruto. Uko Embu tutokezee mbunge wetu. Hakuna tustulia kwenda kumwambia tunataka CDF sahi, hapana. Tunatokezea watu kama 1000 in every constituency. Tunatokezea kwa mbunge, tunamwambia sasa sisi tumechoka bro. Wewe unafanyia Ruto kazi, sio sisi unafanyia kazi. Tumekukuta ile mnasema kusalimia. Tutokezee wabunge wote, tupange. So hiyo ni vuguvugu, lazima ipangwe wapendwa. Tupange vuguvugu ya kutembelea wabunge wote. Tuwaambie tumekupea 1 week. Tumekupea 1 week to go and impeach Ruto or to go and oust him. Na tujue wewe utafanya nini. Sasa lazima tukajora hawa wabunge wetu sasa. Lazima tukajora. Sababu pia wao wasikii. We have to cajole them. So Gaikson, Kenyans have been given the rotten government time, and that's why they spread their wings. No, itabidi tuwatokezee sasa. We cannot. It is not business as usual. So mimi ile kitu naona tuwatokezee. So tukue na activism in every constituency. Constituency ni ngapi? 290. So tukue na 290 activism. Watu watokezee huko kwa vijiji. Mujue MP wenyu anapatikananga siku gani, alafu mumutokee. Okay, hi Mary. Watu watokezee mbunge wao, alafu mumwambie sisi tumechoka na huyu mtu. Tumekutuma sasa, sababu sasa ni kama utusikilizi hapa kwa ground, tumekutuma utungoree. So Alexis anasema they go to live in Nairobi after winning elections. No. So lazima tuwatokezee. So mimi niko na solution. Na kama kuna mtu anasikia hapa na hii maneno ifikie wale watu wengi wako huko. Wacha sasa, let's now give our MPs a hell of a life. Mbunge akipatikana tu kwa eneo zetu, tunamwambia bro, tumekupea ultimatum ya wiki 2. Ukuwe umeimpeach Ruto. Wacha kila constituency i-deal na mbunge wao. Wacha tusi-deal na wao collectively. Let's retreat back to our constituencies and we go and show them havoc. Kwanza tuachane na Ruto saa hii. Let's target these MPs. Na tufanye kile ambacho tunaweza fanya. Let's target these MPs now. Turudi mashinani tuambie sasa bro, you are not representing us. Let's go to those individual MPs. Mimi hiyo ndile kitu nitasema. Aisho Shuruse. Tuende huko mashinani, tuunde vuguvugu za kutokezea hao wabunge. Tusiende huko ile wakati wanaenda kupeana hizo mapesa ya basari na nini. Tusiende huko sasa kufanya hiyo. Tunaenda huko sasa kumwambia bro, tumekuja kukutuma. Tumekupea ultimatum ya wiki 2. Ukuwe umeng'oa Ruto. Tumekutoa ultimatum ya wiki 2. The same energy ulitumia kutoa Gachagua. Tunataka the same energy utumie kung'oa Ruto bro. And it has to be quick. They have to be threatened by the public. That is the only way in which we can win this war now. Raia sasa, let's revolt against the people who have authority in our nation. Wacha sasa tuanzie wabunge na senators. Hata senator wa kwenyu mutokezeni. mutokezeni na mabango mumwambie sasa we have to do it, you have to do it, na atukubembelezi, you have to do it. Watu wa Embu mutokezee yule mtu yetu ambaye ajui kuongea, mumwambie sasa you have to impeach Ruto on our orders. Alafu sasa saa hiyo tukue sasa na vuguvugu wengine linapangwa Kenya mzima, wanangojea Nairobi. So tuna set siku ya impeachment, siku ya impeachment ikuwe set na raia. Alafu sasa tuende kungojea huko Nairobi sasa. Ile South Korea way sasa. Tunangojea Nairobi sasa, tukua tunangoja. We have to wait there now. But sasa every constituency has to order its MP to do something. Wacha nisome nisikie vile watu wanasema, why not go to look for them in their Nairobi homes? Tutajua nyumba zao zote ziko wapi na venye ziko segregated. Kuna wengine wako Kileleshwa, kuna wengine wako sijui wapi. Why not go to look for them in their Nairobi homes? They don't come to mashinani. Hawana CDF offices. Sinafikirianga hawa watu wanakujanga kupeana CDF. Mason Sanders, nikuuliza tu nauliza, hawa watu hawakuji kwa vijiji, like they don't interact with people. They don't come to mashinani. Watu wamwagike Karen, watafute wabunge wao. Anyway, but ile kitu nasema sasa ni hii vita lazima tuipeleke kwa grassroots. Na grassroots ni mbunge. MC hawezi tusaidia sababu MC ako localized. But wabunge kuna kitu tunafaa kufanya. So a time ya kuambia wabunge enough is now. Sasa lazima tutokezee kila watu. So Okiya Omtata and the rest, can you organize people? You are a parliamentarian. Organize people. You need power from us. Stop campaigning. Tuko na jinamizi mbele yetu. Organize revolutions in every constituency. Alafu tuwatokeze. Unless if you people, you are so happy. Sasa unyinyi akina Okiya Omtata, kila mtu ambaye, hata nyinyi akina Morara Kobasu, akina Morara, lazima pia nyinyi muende kwa grassroots sasa na mumobilize watu sasa on putting MPs under pressure to impeach Ruto or to remove Ruto. We need to put heat on MPs. So wacha nione vile wanasema. I think Ishongwa will go to give CDF. I am waiting. Yes. Lazima watu watume mbunge wao. Iwezekani huyo mtu anakula mshahara wa milioni 1 na kitu, na huyo mtu is not representing you. Wapendo, inakuaje mtu anakula mshahara wa milioni 1 na huyo mtu akurepresent? It cannot be business as usual. It cannot be business as usual. It cannot be business as usual. We have to, lazima tutafutilie point ya kudetone. Hii vita ya Kenya kuna pahali, kuna kitu inaweza tendeka. We can do something. Iwezekani atakuwa nigiza tu iko mbele yetu. Ati tuna kazi yetu tu ni kutandazwa hivi, kutandazwa tu vile tunataka. Something has to happen. Something has to happen. It can't be like this thick. So wapendwa, join the conversation. Na yule ambaye hajabonyeza subscribe na make sure pia hii channel yetu inasikika na watu wengine, especially hata wale wakereketo, wale watu wanapanganga hii maneno. So hiyo ni serikali ya France imeonyesha their PM kidole cha katikati. So let them listen.
It's real economic implications for this country, of course, because France's debt level is very high, and so is its deficit. Can you just explain, Salome, just how much of an economic turmoil France is currently in?
Na ni madeni. France wame overthrow serikali yao sababu ya mandeni. So the same issues in Kenya. So actually zile mashida ziko France na zile mashida ziko South Korea ni shida kidogo sana tukifuatilia shida ya Kenya. Sababu shida ya Kenya kuna deni, corruption na uongo na utekaji nyara. Too many reasons to collapse our government.
And could be worsened by its government falling.
Well, yes, we had the problem of a budget because there is a deficit in France that is increasing, and that's why this budget was considered an austerity budget, because Michel Barnier had to find ways to cut budget in many different fields. So it took a bit of money in the climate budget, in the hospital budget, in many places, and that's why there was so many people who were angry. But the risk, of course, is to have a higher debt if we keep going with the budget we had in 2023. So now we have no measures anymore, and we have to start everything again. But this budget was also the risk right now for French people is that everyone who pays taxes, so for approximately 70 million
wako na shida ya budget pia, hawakubaliani kwa budget.
People here in France, they're going to pay more taxes in 2025 than they should have paid, because the rules are not following the inflation, which means that also 380,000 people are going to pay taxes. 80,000 people are going to pay taxes. They're going to be people who could pay taxes, even if, which would have not been the case if there would have been this budget. So this is going to have consequences on a lot of French people.
Hey there. Did you know there's a growing need for cybersecurity and network engineers like...
Yes. Mambo ndio hayo huko Ufaransa. Budget raia wakubaliani nayo, na shida zingine za uwajibikaji kwa serikali. Wanakopa sana, ama deni ni kubwa sana. Sijasikia wakiongea story ya corruption na abduction. So kwa hivyo sasa yetu ya Kenya lazima uongezee pia hizo. Kama serikali ya Ufaransa inaanguka, ya Kenya ilikuwa inafaa kukua ilianguka jana. Kama serikali ya Ufaransa inaanguka, ya Kenya inafaa kukua ilianguka jana. And I repeat, kama Ufaransa wanapoteza serikali yao, ya Kenya inafaa kukua ilianguka jana. So let's be clear about that. So Wafaransa mumejisaidia. You people, you have helped yourself. And Mary Bajes anasema hata Europe iko juu. You need to advise me ni juu ya, like the statement is not complete, so sijaelewa sana. But anyway, ile kitu najaribu kusema ni ya kwamba najua pia kuna nchi zingine za bara Europa hapo zitatokezea, and they will be showing a lot of venom to their leaders. Hi Jiro, just in, I think I'm behind the times. I thought Macron, no, Macron is not the prime minister. Janet, we are talking about the, not prime, Macron is the president. So Ufaransa, kuna, hata Europe iko juu. So there is also corruption, eh? Okay, ni vile watu wabiangi. You know, the corruption talks are very down huko. So we, in Europe mimi nilifikiria tu ni governance issues. Governance ndio shida. So kumbe hata wao kuna wizi. Lakini hawaibi sana kama sisi. So ni ile scaled corruption. Hey, wewe Mary, wewe. Na mbona tusikia majamaa wakipelekwa kwa makoti na vitu zingine? Mbona tusikie sijui we don't hear of so many gates. Kwa nini hakuna money gate? Tusikia money gate. Hebu nisikie jana anasema no, Janet, Macron ni president. Kuna prime minister mkubwa wa serikali. So we are talking of the guy who appoints the cabinet. Mary Bajes anasema inakuanga high class. Yani anasema ni ile corruption ambayo imetairiwa. Sio kama ile yetu. So kwa hivyo in other words, Mary unasema corruption yetu ni kehe. Corruption ya mzungu ni ile corruption ambayo iko ni ile corruption ambayo imepiga kona. Mary anafurahia nikisema ati kuna corruption kihe na corruption mtu mzima. Okay. Corruption is everywhere. Kenya kuna corruption and theft of resources. Okay sana. Yeah. So Janet, that is what is happening. Sasa Wafaransa wamesema enough is enough. Na ifike hapo. Uzuri sasa at least in this impeachment both the opposition and the government wabunge wote walishikana and they were able to do this job. Unajua kuna wakati patriotism ikifika, you forget the government and you unite, and that is where Raila Odinga fails. Raila Odinga mkubwa, patriotism does not mean joining the government. Patriotism means fighting the government when you have to, and not joining the government to get out of the cold. Let's hear what Wairimu is saying. Njiro, France has been kicked out of Mali, of course, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, and I think Togo. I didn't know of Togo. Their access to cheap minerals has been shut off. Of course, hiyo hatakuwa akipata for now. Macron will appoint a PM soon, sure, so that the budget can be sorted due to having a hang party. Sababu unajua pia Macron kuna vile if Macron also mismanages this thing, it can also collapse him. So hii ni kitu ambayo inaweza kuwa na ripple effect even kwa Macron mwenyewe. So lazima Macron akuwe careful pia. So unajua pia unaweza guza acid. So wakati mkono yako imeguza acid, you have to be careful hiyo acid isikumwagikie. So Alex Wawere anasema kwani huwa watu wako on kila time. Question ya Alex Wawere. Yes, we are here bro. Karibu sana. Tunachanganyua ile maneno inatendeka huko kwa dunia. So tunasema kuna watu washaamua kuchukua sheria mikononi mwao na wanajisaidia. Wakenya sisi tulikuwa tunazubaa tu. Kuna watu wamesema enough is enough and we are reading their action in the news. So sisi wa Kenya after ile action yetu ya kustorm parliament ilisomwa, story iliishia hapo. Something bigger than that has not happened. The only thing tulisikia ni Raila Odinga amejoin wakulaji. So Mary Bajoices anasema siwezi kuambia every hata tell Shiro akupe namba utashtuka. Okay. Negwaria nake. I'll talk with her. So Mason Sanders is saying something. Okay, Mason Sanders. Huyu ni yule mzungu anatuelewa. Anyway, but tunaongea siku hizi. Na Bwana Bundi karibu hapa, jana tulikumii sana. I'm here, nikutumia link hapo uingie. In fact, that is what I want to share. I also want to share stories za Trump hapa. Hiyo doge yake, hiyo Department of Government Efficiency I wanted to share here. Muone hata UN wamesema wata implement. They also want to cut resources. That is the next story I'm sharing here. Muone ya kwamba how people have started to become serious in their own way. Maybe Trump in a way is a disruptor. He might not be having the best charisma ile watu wanataka, but I think kuna vitu zinatendekanga huyo jamaa akiwa hapo, though in a cruel way, but kuna vitu zinatendekanga. Yeah, so Mbudi ni kama amekubaliana na hiyo. So Mason Sanders anasema kitu. So elect tafadhali kuja utoe ujumbe because nikikaa peke yangu sana I'll be forced to exit. So kama uko na story in like 10 minutes you can come and also share with the people. You can come and tell people about the ripple effect za Bwana Trump. Tuambie Bwana Trump how is he changing the world. Kuna watu wame credit hata Andani na yeye. There are people who are saying that Andani is because of Trump, the Andani issue. Maybe Alex Budi, you can confirm that. So Bwana Budi, you also saw Bwana Biden, by the way, hiyo ngambo. Bwana Biden alipandon kijana wake. Do you agree with that? Maybe you can let me know. Do you agree with Biden pardoning his son? No, I do not agree. Hayo ni maoni yangu. So Trump election ripple effect. You even saw the Prime Minister of Canada giving an olive. Yeah, he went there to kujitetea, because unajua kuna kitu inaitwa business tariff hiyo unaekoa tariff, na so there must be a deal. So Resilient, karibu sana. Sasa ndio umetoka kwa kiterenge. Tunaambia watu Resilient, while you are away, Prime Minister wa France ameangushwa. While you are away ashaangushwa. Wabunge huko wamemwambia enough is enough. Let me see what Alex Budi is saying. And Alex, hiyo link nimeweka ni sababu yako. Please kanyanga hiyo link, come and talk to people here. Hello everyone. So Mary Joseph anasema, Njiro, do you know one of Andani lawyers in Kenya? Of course tunajua ni, I think Andani lawyer, one of them was Ruto son. Kulikuwa kunasemekana kijana wa Ruto ndiye alikuanga lawyer wa Andani. Anyway, but Ruto is corrupt to the core. I don't even know how Kenyans are sustaining him. Kenyans must be really patient people. If Ruto was Somali president, angekuwa alishaenda kitambo. I'm not talking of Kenya, I'm talking of Somalia. If Ruto was Somalia president, angekuwa shangolewa hapo. Let me tell you, if Ruto was a president of a failed state, angekuwa ametolewa. Think of any failed state in the world, na Ruto ni rais wao, wangekuwa wameassemble na wamemtoa. So wacha nione Resilient vile unasema. Now that ati nimeleta hiyo story ya Biden, nilikuwa tu napitishia tu, msikue wakali sana. Alisema ati it is more of a father's love than looking at what happened. So Resilient, I'm just trying to tell you what Mr. Biden said. So he pardoned his son, and I don't know if why he couldn't pardon so many other people in America who equally could be in the same condition. I think it's not fair. If he had to pardon his son, there are so many people who have committed the same crime. Angesema hawa watu wote wamefanya crime kama kijana yangu, watolewe wote. Yeah, that won't be good. He still has time. He has like close to around 40 days. He can do the needful. Kuna watu wengi sana wanahitaji msamaha Marekani. As you are pardoning your son, pardon others who have also seen that they can do the right thing now. So Resilient is saying something. Biden is pardoning himself, not necessarily his son. Okay. He does not want Congress to continue investigating money is family revenue. Ile pesa walikuwa wamechukua Ukraine, Romania na China. And unfortunately, it will have to be investigated. I think Trump 2.0 has to get into the depths of that. There is too much shenanigans which Resilient which happened in America for the last 4 years. Itabidi to investigate some of those things. Otherwise, they will also have allowed the rot to continue. So Mason Sanders anasema kitu, Ruto anafaa arogwe. Hey. Mason Sanders, sasa kama unajua Wakamba wapigie simu. Kama mnajua Mkamba, so Ruto anafaa arogwe na Wakamba akue mwenda wazimu. Wakamba mkoaje bana? Tunawaonanga mnatoa nyuki. So Resilient ananiambia kitu, Njiro, I don't buy that. This is deep more than people realize. Hunter is just to scratch the surface. He was used as a scapegoat. Let's hope wale watu walikuwa wamejitokeza kama akina Barisma, they will also put their case in front. So Alex anajua ati anajua Mkamba anaitwa Ndeto. Ndeto anakaa ni imbo. Ndeto hata tusaidia sana. Wewe Alex, kama unataka hiyo maneno itendeke, tafuta pale inaitwa Kadhonzweni. Enda huko Kadhonzweni, na huko Kadhonzweni ndani kabisa. Mena vau. Kama kuna Mkamba hapa, Kadhonzweni. Mena vau Kadhonzweni. Kadhonzweni na huko. Seikulu. Lazima ikuwe ni jina fani. ukisikia hiyo jina ambayo uwezi tamuka ya Kikamba, ni hapo. Hapo ndio wako. Ukisikia ile jina ni kama ulimi yako imeshindwa, nina hapo. Seikulu, Kadonzweni, Kabaloku. So let Trump pardon the capital criminals. Gaiskon anasema hivyo. So in the capital, were all of them criminals? Anyway, I don't know. That was also debatable anyway. Hello, I think people should know those who are elected are puppets. Those who rule, we never hear them. But at least Trump is bigger than puppets. That's why he can talk things which are unpopular. Yes, they could be puppets, but I think Trump is bigger than a puppet. That is why he's able to do some weird things which a normal person cannot do. I think I would like to understand the puppetryhood in the concept of Mr. Trump. So if Madam Mary, you can explain to me puppethood in terms of Trump, or maybe you tell me the people who are trying to control Trump, nitafurahia. Au mapuppet na kina nani? Maybe I would like to know, like, the people who could be controlling Trump. Well, so mimi nasema sorry, but he is made to talk to lay a shadow. Well, I think this puppethood is also a debate, because sometimes people can reject those things. Trump Mason Sanders anasema Trump is an expert in human psychology. No, but you see, Trump are those people. Maybe nikijaribu sio kuambia watu wewe Njiru, do your research very well. No, research ni nyinyi, muniambie mnataka nifanye research na mko hapa 27 people. Research ni nyinyi, muandike hapo. Why do you want me to go and read it? You people, you have already read. Kama mmesoma, mimi nimesoma. Hata mimi nilikuwa mjui, nimetoka kwa baba, nimekuwa nikisomewa na baba, sasa nyinyi ndio mnanisomea. So we Alex, hebu kanyanga link hapo ingie. So maybe to comment about your puppetryhood, how leadership come. Ningetaka so like if Ruto is a puppet, maybe let me begin with there. Kama Ruto ni puppet, is he an internal puppet or an external puppet? And which one is bigger? Which one is bigger? Or which one is more influential? Wale watu wanakucontrol ndani ya nchi ama wale watu wanakucontrol wakitoka nje? Sababu najua tukianzia kusema sasa puppetryhood, sasa tunaanzia kusema sasa, tunaweza anzia sasa kusema pia Marekani kuna uwezekano viongozi wao wanakuanga wameinfluensiwa kutoka nje. Really? So saa zingine hiyo story ya puppetryhood inakinzana sana. So I would like to know who is controlling Mr. Trump. Ni akina nani hao? They must be very tough people. Namwambia kwenda lazima utongezee uende useme hivi. They must be very serious puppets if they exist. So resilient, can you tell me the puppet controller for Mr. Trump? Puppet controller for Mr. Trump. Wale watu wanamwambia lazima utokezee leo. You talk about you talk about pets being eaten in Colorado. I need to know those puppets who told Mr. Trump to talk about pets in Colorado. I need to know those puppets who are telling him that he has to tighten the border. I need to know those puppets. Okay, let me hear Alex Vida anasema, me I'm tired kuwa critic. Oh, umesema so Me, I'm tired of kuwa critiqued by resilient. I will enhance fall be in comment section. No, kuja ukiingianga kwa show hakuna mtu anakucritic. So Aji ananiambia nini? Aji ananiambia Trump is nobody's puppet. So okay, Aji, let me see. That's why the deep state. Na hii deep state lazima munielezeni nini? Is it something existent by the way? Ama tu ni jina tu tunatumianga tu deep state? It could be there sababu hawa watu wana design mateso sana. They attempted to unlive him. Wow. And the media hates him. But Aji, kuna watu watasema hiyo statement umeandika sio ukweli. The reason why they do that, sababu unajua already they have already heaped problems on him. So kuna watu watakwambia the reason why the media hates him it is because ako na mashida kivyake. Anyway, wacha nisikie vile Wairisha anasema. Wairisha anasema wewe Njiro, wacha kutuingililia. Ati Wakamba wamedu. Oh, sio hivyo, mimi nimesema Wakamba wa Kathonzweni. Kathonzweni na Seikuru na Kabaroku. Hizo places majina wezi tamuka. Watokelezea. Yeah. Deep state ndio hiyo mumeandikiwa na Aji hapo. So amesema deep state ni hao majamaa wanajitanga globalist. They were already here talking about Soros. Hawa ni wale matajiri walikuwa wameteka nyara Marekani kitambo. They didn't want the wealth to be distributed. I think there was a time even it was FDR. I think there is a president in America who actually told. There was a time, maybe I can give you that story. There was a time when there was a family in America. I think it was in 1918 or 18 something, or whether 18. Maybe you can go and look for that story. Kulikuwa na wakati Rothschild family, there is a family which used to own Ohio State. Like 80% of Ohio State walikuwa. It was a family actually which was doing steel mill. So you people kama mnaweza jua hiyo familia ambayo ilikuwa inafanya maneno ya chuma in Ohio, and in 18 something it used to own the whole of the entire state. Muniambie. But ilifika one of the president akasema now they have to relinquish some of the property to people. People have to say Ohio State, it was owned by one family. But so I agree. So Wairisha ananiambia for the next 4 years follow the SEC glossary, beginning with a case today from Alabama. Okay, you will understand how these people are using the system corruptly. Okay, anyway, what there is that even without going to the extent of these issues is that sometimes regime changes are necessary. And I think this time around, it was very necessary for the Democratic Party to collapse. Because I think they had become blind of people's issues. Unajua saa zingine ukifunga macho wewe unaona watu wanateseka. People cannot afford life. Umefunga macho, yeah, you deserve a political punishment. So I support that political punishment. Lazima uanguke ili pia wewe uelewe, ili next time ujue pia kutreat watu vizuri. So in the unlikely event if the Democratic Party will get power again, I know they will behave. I know they will even have to re-strategize moving forward. Yeah, ni kama hata sisi vile tuna re-strategize hapa how we are going to capture power against Ruto. Yes, we have to capture power. So lazima tujipange sana. So pay attention to the Chinese billionaire. Pay attention to the Chinese billionaire, how much he donated to DJT's crypto farm, and what happens to his pump and dump case come January 30. Tutafuata. I think also cases have to be merited. Lazima pia mfuatilie makesi with a merit. I hope even if cases are dropped of whoever, it must be methodological. Huyo mtu, lawyers have been there, they have argued. Now there's no case to answer. So I do not think like Mr. DJT is interested in using Department of Justice for his own will. So I don't think he is interested in doing that. So tutafuatilia, we will also put him into judgment in case tuone vitu ambazo hatupendi. But at least I'm happy because of the way his influence is percolating everywhere. You people, you have to thank God that pia Zakayo meno yake 3 imeng'olewa through the collapse of the Democratic Party. At least meno 3 ya Zakayo imeng'oka. 3, he doesn't have 3 teeth by Democratic Party collapsing. So we have also to be happy of that. Saa zingine kuna kitu inatendekanga pahali pengine ili, yani in my language tunasemanga hivi, kitu inatendeka pahali inafanya kitu ingine pahali kuwe mzuri. So Trump win may not directly affect us, but this time around there could be some ripple effect, especially for this corrupt system of Kenya. Wacha niwaoneshe now that some of you are intending to talk about these things which are happening huko ng'ambo. Let me see if kuna kakitu nilikuwa nimeona hapa. Wacha niwatolee. Before you gave me this, there was UN want to restructure. Sijui kama ni watu mmesikia kitu inaitwa Doge. Kwa hiyo kitu inaitwa Doge, it is the new thing in town. I don't want to do a lot. Let's hear this guy. Anyway, today you will allow me Department of Government Efficiency. I want to share you something which is happening in the UN. Dear one, never. Is it this one? Okay, let's use this.
DeRoy Murdoch with me this morning. I think it's sad to see the president go out like this. I don't care what you actually think about him. It's sad to see a president leaving the stage like this.
It is sad. You want to see a president, whether you agree or disagree with him, walk out with some sense of grace and dignity, at least for the office. We don't see that here. We've seen inflation, home, illegal aliens coming across the border, instability around the world, and of course, he lost the White House. So I'd say, yeah, that sounds like failure to me. As far as the pardon of Hunter Biden, I don't think anyone's surprised by that, which is kind of sad. I think everyone heard him say, I'm not going to pardon my son. I thought, oh, he's lying. He'll pardon his son, which he did. A little surprised at the timing. I thought this would be around Christmas time when this usually takes place. Yeah. But instead, it's now, and he's flying off to Angola, kind of like an octopus disappearing into its own ink.
Listen to this. This is a column written in today's New York Times by Brett Stevens. Headline is, "A Disgraceful Pardon." This is in the New York Times. If Democrats want to understand one of the reasons the Republican Party is ascendant, they can look to President Biden's pardon on Sunday of his son. In its rank mendacity, political hypocrisy, naked self-dealing, and wretched example, it typifies what so many Americans have come to detest about what the MAGA world calls the swamp. That's the New York Times.
And that's something. Now, I think Biden could have said, I love my son. My son's been through a whole lot, given his addiction problems. I want to be merciful on my son. Therefore, I'll pardon him. Leave it at that. But then he went further and said that this is selective justice and that this is all political vendetta. This is his own Department of Justice that went after his son on gun charges. There's also his Department of Justice that did not prosecute him for not paying taxes, I believe in 2013, 2014, or 14 and 50. No taxes at all. They dragged their feet so that the statutes of limitation could lapse and you could get away with paying zero taxes. How many of our viewers get that kind of service from the Department of Justice? I don't think many.
Zero.
Probably about zero, yes.
Thursday, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are going to meet with Republicans on Capitol Hill. A group of former United Nations, this is interesting, United Nations officials, they say they're launching their own DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency, for the United Nations.
Remarkable.
How about that?
How about that? Well, this is the Trump effect. He's not even in office yet, and you're already seeing the UN reform itself. I'm glad they're meeting with people on Capitol Hill on Thursday, and I'm sure they'll talk about agencies that ought to be shrunk or eliminated. But they're very simple.
Anyway, yeah, that's what I wanted the people to know. Even the UN is feeling the need of having their own DOGE. So, you people, do you think this DOGE can be my question is, do you think this Department of Government Efficiency should be replicated in many of governments? What do you think? Based on my thinking, even though we have not seen the results yet, because it's a new thing for Mr. Trump and these two guys he is using, don't you think it's a high time all governments in the world looked at this approach? Do you people believe that our governments are efficient? I'm just trying to ask you. Let's not say that it's an American thing, but naturally, do you think Kenya should have such a thing? Ni swali tu nauliza tu. Do you think African governments should do such a thing? Like when we are having uncontrolled, mimi ni swali nauliza, mtu anatokezea, unasikia kitu inaitwa odious debts. Odious debts. Kuna raia alitokezea akasema ati Kenyan debt is odious. Wakenya hata wajua wako na deni ama hawana. Sometimes we have projects and so many collaboration which we don't understand. Ni swali tu nawauliza. Don't you think Kenya, after we do away with Zakayo, the next guy should also have his own DOGE also? So Bwana Muthoni Kaguma anasema, hey Jiro and everyone, ni swali tu nawauliza tu, si ati nasukumilia watu lazima tufuate vile Marekani wanafanya. But I think Marekani wamepea this businessman. Wairish anasema DOGE is actually after Elon Musk's favorite crypto coin. In this case, though, it's so the acronym DOGE. The acronym DOGE is actually after Elon Musk's favorite crypto coin. In this case, though, it's Department of Government Efficiency. Yes, Wairimo, I understand what you say. Names could be similar, but do you agree with the concept? Do you think there is something which they will do in the government, or do you think they will introduce injustices to people? I would like to hear the comments about that. So Guy Connor, mnasalimiwa hapo pia. Yeah, na kina Kaguma. Ni swali tu nauliza. Already mnasikia kelele in Kenya, if we have a Department of Government Efficiency, we could now put into question, kwa nini unaleta pesa ya fundraising? Like for example, is it explainable? Inaelezeka ati rais every Sunday lazima aende pahali na lazima apeane milioni 5. Is it explainable? Ni swali nauliza tu. Ama rais akienda tu pahali lazima apeane kitu ya pesa mingi. Is that thing explainable? Yeah, so hiyo ndio ile vitu najaribu kuuliza. So there is a lot we can ask. So I think our governments have to be efficient. Now the reason why hatuna kazi, our things are not working well, is because we are not efficient. There is too much wastage through corruption and stealing and fake allocation. So if Americans are seeing the need of looking into that, I think even us, the next administration has to think about this thing. It's not a must to eat a department of something else, hoping that they will be able to save money. It's kwetu ni kitu ya PR peke yake, but I think without hate, I think these two guys who have been given this work, they could do, because they have already succeeded where they are. I think Elon Musk has been able to send rockets in the air. It's not something, sio kitu unaweza dharau. You cannot do it without akili. Whether ni yeye anafanya ama ni watu wengine, but he is the brain behind it. So we have to credit him with advancing this world. So if we can use his brain the way he is using his brain in X, the way he is using his brain in SpaceX and Tesla, then we should see things working and the money coming. Lakini najua the reason why some of the Kenyans might not support this government efficiency. Maybe recommendation ya hawa, it could be America donates a lot of money abroad. Hii pesa kwanza ikae. So I know there foreigners will not be very happy with such a department. Unajua, it's always good to be objective. I know a Kenyan will not support this. And I have to explain it. Mkenya hawezi support hii department of, because unajua Mkenya atasema nini? Hawa watu ni barabara ya kunyima watu pesa inatafutwa. Kama Marekani inapeana 40 billion Marekani, wanataka kusema Kenya ipewe 10. So there is a Kenyan who is looking at it in that manner. Hii ni kitu imewekwa, pesa isipelekwe Ukraine, watu wanyimwe pesa ya ukimwi, watu wafanywe nini, like, but people are not looking at the overall effect. So there's somebody who is saying buying people superficial rule. We are in Urusi government wastage is the biggest contributor of the national debt. Yeah, especially, you know, America is the country with the biggest debt in the world. So mnajuanga hiyo. America is I think wako 33 trillion sahi. America ni kubwa. Niliona ikiandikwa chini. That number is superfluous. Deni ya Marekani niliona ikiandikwa chini, I was shocked. Hata nikaacha kuangalia ya Kenya. Wewe resident, umeiona deni ya Marekani kwa inaandikwa chini, ushtuke. Uone namba inajaa ubao mzima. Zeros tu. Mazero, sijui, I saw like, did I see 15 zeros? We, hiyo ndeni wacha. Na iko na dola hapo mbele. Ndio hiyo. Alex Budi amesema. Budi ayopo umeiona hii namba ikiandikwa. It's a scary number. It's a scary number. It's not a joke. So, ya Kenya ni ngapi? Let's hear about what Guys Corner is saying. Aki prisoner, Guys Corner, si jina yako tu uniwekee tu jina tu rahisi yake. Kwa nini unataka kututishia hivyo? Having Musk oversight government with all the billions of contracts that he has. Having Musk oversight the government with all the billions of contracts that he has through government is risky. So the question which I'm asking myself is Musk not audited himself? Yes, he could be having government contracts, but is he audited? Is he wasting money? I thought he has been given a contract by the government and they verify work done against the payment. I think that is how all contracts are done. Maybe Wairimu, you can help me understand this. When you are a contractor, it is the responsibility of the client to judge the amount of work done and pay you accordingly. So I don't think Mr. Elon Musk has ever been paid the money which he doesn't deserve. Because there must have been issues which have already been raised. So you can be having contracts with the government, yes, but their audit reports and their reports which show how the work has been done. So in terms of that, I think I would a little bit disagree when we talk of billions, because companies and the government, they're the way in which they audit each other. So unless you tell me that Musk and the government are openly participating in corruption, sasa hapo inaweza kuwa story ingine. But kama sasa ikikuwa sasa ni ile tu natural way of working, whereby Musk amepewa kazi, anadeliver, analipwa, whereby he is paid according to the work done, which is the concept of contracting, I don't see the problem. President anasema each of us is carrying the debt. Hiyo namba ni normal. Lucy mema anasema ati na hiyo namba iko na jina. LLC companies are independent. Yeah, I think Alexis, I don't think if Elon Musk does not deliver, the government will hata hiyo contract atapokonywa. I don't think in America there is that friendship in government contracting whereby you are not delivering and people are still patient on you. Your project itaenda. I think the fact that Elon Musk has been able to grow from one point to the other, pia there is some level of commitment he has. Maybe nikijiuliza, because remember he is not the only guy who is doing na mumenipeleka hiyo mambo ngambo sana, na kuna watu wananiambianga nisionge. Unajua kina Resilient wananiambianga niachane na maneno ya Marekani, so lakini naona kuna watu wananidrag wananipeleka huko Marekani. Wewe nyinyi msinipeleke Marekani, munirudishe Kenya. But wacha niweke hii point. You see Elon Musk there is also competition. Kuna makampuni zingine by the space ama hizi kazi Elon Musk anafanya. Elon Musk is not the only one. By the way, nikiwapea history ya Elon Musk kidogo, Elon Musk was not the first person kupewa space contract. Alex Budi, and I want you to confirm this to people. The first space contract was given to Boeing. Budi, I want you to confirm to people to this. And the reason why the government lost hope with Boeing, and they had to look for somebody who they could get more commitment. And so initially what happened is that Boeing was the first to win a contract with the space agency inaitwa NASA. So Boeing wakapewa contract. I think Boeing walipewa contract ya close to 5 billion that time. Wakapewa contract ya 5 billion, and that contract ya 5 billion, I think the contract was to design a vehicle to go to the International Space Station. That was the terms of reference. There is $5 billion here, designed for us, and make for us a prototype. So as Boeing is making the prototype, Boeing, I think, experienced some internal turmoil within themselves, and they could not deliver that. So Boeing had to deliver that project within a span of 5 years. I think by the time when they are doing some quarterly checks, Boeing hawakuwa it was not seeable, it was not predictable. Ni kama vile saa hii Kenya watapokonywa AFCON tukiendelea hivi. By the way, Alex, unajua nani huyu jamaa wa South Africa, this Motsepe was in Kenya. He has done inspection na mauwanja za Kenya imesemekana it is impossible, they cannot host African Cup of Nations by now. They must be ready by December, I think. Wanasema sijui ni December 31. By December 31 they must be ready. Sijui kuna pahali lazima kukuwe na vio, hakuna. And nasikia kama sijui ni Kasarani ama ni stadium gani, it's around at 70%. So are they going to deliver 30% within the next 1 month? Na still hao watu wakuja na wafanye inspection. So wapendwa, kuna story ya AFCON Kenya ni kama hiyo story hakuna. I think now they will squeeze it to Tanzania and Uganda, because you know Tanzania and Uganda, they are ready. And it is so sad that now this will be a third time Kenya is losing hosting privileges. We are sending business away, vitu ambayo Cameroon ilifanya peke yake. Cameroon hosted AFCON alone. Hata nimeshtuka. So NASA wakapewa hiyo tu, nimewaletea tu. NASA wakapewa contract iko shinda. So then sio NASA wakapewa, I mean Boeing. NASA had to ask for other public actors. So Joe Biden has pledged another $600 million for an ambitious multi-country rail project in Africa as one of the final foreign. Hiyo tu ni, I think ni, okay, how much money is that in terms of billions, Kenyan billion? What is that? That's around 60 billion. Bwana Alex, hiyo ni pesa kidogo sana. That money is not enough even to transcross Kenya, unless maybe wanataka kujenga kwa zile nchi ambazo hazina reli, but hiyo ni pesa kidogo sana. $600 million for a railway ni kidogo sana, because I'm seeing it like around in terms of Kenyan money, that's around tuseme around 80 billion. 80 billion cannot do a rail. 80 billion maybe, unless you tell me it's a seed money, ni pesa ya kuanzia, wataongeza akina Trump wataongeza, maybe, unless you tell me that, but 600 million maybe unless ni tu pesa ya kuanza. So elimu wanasema kitu hapo, it's not just about delivering. It's not just about delivering. Anasema when you have the president here, okay. It's not just about delivering. When you have the president here, you can steer regulation a certain way, conflict of interest. Well, that one, yes, I don't deny that. Okay, nimerudi Kenya. So on June 6, both astronauts were the first manned crew on a Boeing Starliner capsule. Good. Alex amesema they failed. That's the issue now. So Boeing was the first one to be given that contract of a vehicle. Elon Musk was nowhere. I think when NASA predicted, because they can predict. This is my final statement on this issue that I've been talking about. So NASA waka predict, ni kama watu hakuna pahali wanaenda. So NASA are now to do parallel contracts with the other actors. Hata huyu jamaa mwingine wa Blue Origin, huyu ambaye anakuanga akishindana na Musk sana, huyu Amazon, he has also been struggling to get government projects, but hata yeye ile challenge amekuwa nayo, he has not been able to make a very perfect vehicle. Hata amefika level where by now his vehicle is ready, but he is now making a vehicle like to do space exploration, not like to deliver people to a certain destination. So kuna that competition between different actors, but mostly hii mambo inafanywa na wale watu wako na pesa sana. Hizi ni zile kazi za wale watu wako na pesa sana, billionaires. You cannot, uwezi anzia kusema unataka kukaribia jua na huna kitu. So hii ni michezo ya mabwenyenye. You know, when you are very rich, you have to think of things which man has not seen. Ulikuwa na pesa, kitu yote ambayo unaiona na macho hivi, you don't appreciate it. You want to see underneath. Ndio mliona kuna jamaa alikuwa anataka kwenda kuona Titanic huko. Unataka kuona zile vitu ambazo macho haioni. That is the power of money. Unajua lazima niwaelezee hiyo. The power of money is the attempt to see things which eyes cannot see. The fact that you have money, hata unaanzia kusema nataka muniwekelee pale kwa Star. Muniwekelee pale kwa Jata. Nataka muniwekelee pale. Nitangwa pesa. Ama nataka muniwekelee Pacific at the bottom part. Kuna pesa. So people start thinking how to do it. Usha allocate $100 billion hapo. Unaanzia kusema mimi nangojea munipeleke Pacific bottom. Utapelekwa? Well, that time is money talking. Yeah, so hiyo issue ya stadium is so sad that Kenya has lost another tournament So I think now, Mbudi, we should now be clear about this. We should be clear about this, that Kenya will never host anything. So today, the Rivian electric truck, through government subsidizing, gave Amazon, Amazon billions to pay to buy a Rivian truck, a competitor to Tesla. Yeah, of course. So Amazon, you see there must be that competition. Anyway, so Bwana Mbudi is always, kampuni mbili zilikuwa zinakinzana ni vizuri, zinakimbizananga, and then you see like Microsoft and Apple developed each other because of competition. So you don't need a lot of monopoly of one company, because things could become very difficult. So allow those two companies to compete for the best. That's what I would say for that. So kwa hivyo Wakenya mujitayarishe kwenda kuona AFCON Uganda na TZ, unfortunately. So hiyo tu vita kidogo kidogo mlikuwa nayo kwa county, watu wa Kakamega wakisema wanataka watu walale sijui Kakamega ama wengine walale Eldoret. So uto tu vita sasa tu muache tu, hiyo story ishaisha kitambo. Sisi tukipiga darubini hatuoni, we don't see vile Kenya ita host AFCON, kwani watu watachezea kwa swimming pool. Stadium is 70% complete. Hiyo ni CAF imesema hivyo, and you know CAF will have to advise the FIFA. So don't think that the FIFA now inspection imefanywa na CAF, but FIFA are the ones to do the final say. And give that good. Yeah, it's good. Karibu.
Yeah, Njiro.
Karibu nyumbani. Sema bwana.
Kwa mahali hatuwezi fungua kamera, hope una understand.
Okay, no problem. Wewe ongea.
Yeah, so
I don't know, you want to talk about what?
Asante first of all, I want to thank you so much. You are very cogent in your presentation. I think I'm enjoying. I am not getting angry. I'm just digesting everything pole because I think unaipeleka the way it's supposed to. So congratulations. I want to go where you started from. The biggest problem that we have in Kenya, which actually perhaps me, kwa sababu yani watu wetu wamekataa kabisa lile liwalo kuangalia past. The single biggest problem that we have in Kenya that eluded us for many years, but finally when it's been presented to us, we still have cheerleaders. It doesn't matter. But a couple of months ago, when the NADCO report was forced onto us, the first bunch of people, included Sifuna and the rest, before Kalonzo came there actually to share it, when that bullshit started, and then at the height of it, I think the first thing we put there was not even electoral justice or the standard of living. I think we were shortchanged. Immediately, I think for me, I started making noise because I couldn't believe that in the midst of our people dying, in the midst of the subsidies being taken and the standard of living becoming almost impossible, in the midst of our children in a record high for the first time, about 40% of our children couldn't report to school, that the people we were fighting for actually forgot the reality on the ground. And for me, after Ruto wrote the tweet that my brother Raila, I'm going to Tanzania, you know where we can meet. And rumors came in that Obasanjo had flown in and Madam Suluhu earlier on had come and there was a meeting in Mombasa and there were pictures which actually there was a concerted effort to make sure that those pictures did not come out, but somehow they came out. But in the end, I think we ended up knowing that actually there was a meeting, Madam Suluhu. Then from nowhere, if you remember, and I did question there, and they said the problem in that government is not Ruto. The problem is Gachagua. If you remember very well, that is when we understood that we are going to be managed. So some of us said we are not going to stay with Raila. Raila is going to manage us. Ruto is going to manage us. They have signed a pact, and we will be managed to a point whereby we are going to agree. The temperature at that particular time, from the Azimio, knowing that Azimio was very intact, Martha Karua being there as a fierce lady, Wamalwa being there, Kalonzo was wishy-wishy, remember, and that's why he was chosen to be the chair of that thing, and actually was driving the car of the speaker. And that is why sometimes when people project Kalonzo to be somebody, I feel so bad, because all the moment the meetings were going on, Kalonzo was given the official car of the speaker, which had green number plates with different bodyguards. So when you are negotiating on behalf of the people, and then you see they say that a dog does not bark when there is a ball on its on its mouth. We tried to make sense so that we cannot be managed, but we were prevailed over. So the first clip you put there, that actually Musema Ukweli, the Migori member of parliament town, and Asema actually for a long time, this government has always been one, the BBB and the ABB. I mean, that was a very strong statement that before broad-based BBB, there you go, after broad-based, yeah. So when you look at now overall, it looks like we've never really had a government in Kenya that we actually chose. Both what we call the minority and the majority had a cahoot. And remember, I think I kept criticizing a team that was in both sides during the election, that in case we lose or in case we win, there was an ad hoc committee that will reach out to the other side so that there will be no penalties. Ruto had his ad hoc committee that included Sudi, people who could not criticize Raila completely and who were actually very close to Raila. And you saw those people like Sudi, Murkomen, the people started going to Homa Bay immediately after the elections and quoting Gladys Wanga to a point that South Nyanza, which actually they feared a rebellion because most of the rebellion that was coming within the ODM came from South Nyanza. So for people like that area, the people who came from there, like Jakakimba and the former PA for Raila, and the rest of the people that were coming from the Suba community had to be managed. And therefore Raila had no problem with Kisumu and other. So what perturbs me is until today, there are many of us who are not agreeing that, you know what, the enemy number one to the democracy of Kenya, who takes us to elections, which actually has cut corners to a point that our kids will be killed in Yalenda, they will be killed in Githurai. We're thinking we are fighting, we are freedom fighters, but basically we are disruptors. So that is one thing we need to note about the politics of Kenya, that all along those we thought they were freedom fighters, to this present government, they are being deemed as the disruptors of the establishment. All along, what Junet confirmed by the words that he said is they've been along. Why? Because he even confirmed that right now, the manifesto that is working is simply the manifesto of ODM. And he went further to say that they donated themselves, not the experts only, including them. And he confirmed yeye ndio mkubwa huko parliament, and he will make sure that the president's agenda is respected. So what does that tell you? It tells you that you cannot have faith within the political circles or space like our parties who ought to fight for us. If you watched keenly today, Sifuna, he's a lost cause. He doesn't even know what to do. He speaks very well in the media. He knows the truth, what the ground sits. If you listen to Babu Owino and what he's trying to do, Babu Owino basically is quoting the Kikuyu vote in Nairobi. But in the end, he's still on ODM, and we are still being played within. Sifuna is also playing with us because he knows that if he does not agree with these people, he must resign. He must resign from that seat because he is the Secretary General of a people who have already told us that it is their manifesto that is working right now. It is not the UDA manifesto that is working. So anything that is wrong today in that country, it is the manifesto of ODM, because I think Junet confirmed it and say he is the one implementing it in parliament. What further more do you need? You know, that's the question. What further more do you need? So if we could open up our eyes and ask ourselves now, where do we go next? How do we fight next? Okay, what do we ought to do? I think that will unite us and understand that you're being played here, you're being played here. Even the Gachagua issue, in as much as Gachagua was murdered and was removed, still Gachagua is also playing his political personal politics that in the end is not going to benefit, because he's going to retaliate and start revealing things, not because he believed in democracy, because now he's outside the space. Okay, so the question is, and that is where I think I want your narrative to help us in this new channel. Like, okay, what ways should we wake up from this deep slumber and help our people so that they can understand that who is the problem, who has always been the problem, and why they are not the solution? Because even in Nusumkati, they never created a solution. Even during the handshake, they never created a solution. How about now broad-based government? Are they going to create a solution? No, because we are going now back to now even a bigger super BBI. One goes to AU, the MPs gets 7 years. Ruto starts a new term of 7 years, and he gets two terms. That's a guarantee of almost 20 years in power. So already what they were saying that ni kugawana viti, they have already done it without our consent. And the longer we keep quiet, the more we are going to be surprised that, you know, things are going to overtake us, and it will be too late. Because I think the morale is failing, even though everybody believes that what is being done is wrong. But I think the morale that we had during the demonstration, imeenda chini kidogo hivi. That one we have to agree, except Mount Kenya, which is going high, but other areas, I think people are giving up. So I think we must now restart or jumpstart that narrative and allow Kenyans not to give up. Because if countries like, and I was seeing and I'm wondering the last 1 month, Mali is paying off its internal debt. Burkina Faso just did that. They are sending the soldiers of the military base for France, and that's why France is just basically failing. What Italy was saying for a very long time, that if the French countries decide just to fuck off the francophone, this country is going to fail terribly. You see, even there, I was looking at their budget, which actually made this woman get a vote of no confidence. Even now, they had to chip in and start looking for money, usurp money from other areas like the Ministry of Health, of Education, to balance the budget for the first time. They are actually doing what is called austerity measures. No. But we, as Kenyans, we are still welcoming the Western bankers. You know, they're so parasitic to us, and we are not seeing it. And this is being aided because of one seat of the AU seat. We are being told we have to play it right. Hatuwezi andamana because the man seeking for that seat, Kenya needs to look peaceful for it to get that seat. So we are being told we cannot demonstrate. Kenyan opposition should not give the president bad times, because other countries will copy Kenya and other president will not be able to vote for Raila. In fact, the agitation for Raila has made Africa more undemocratic, if you don't know, very undemocratic. And I hope people listened, and if it's possible, you can put that clip over and over and over and over to confirm that ODM is the government and the government is ODM. Thank you.
Okay, Bwana Alex, thank you very much for that exclusive say. Now, based on your own analysis, do you think other African nations are buying into the lie of Mr. Raila Odinga that he is patriotic and he is coming to change Africa? Do you think they are buying into that lie?
It's not about the lie. It's about what you have on the table. Okay? And we have seen a concerted effort that is materializing, that now we are seeing candidates withdrawing all of a sudden. And not just withdrawing and endorsing. We've never seen that before. Even when Amina ran last time, we did not see it. But what you're seeing right now, you know, should raise alarm that what is happening. Are we in cahoot with Western countries? Is money being used here? Are debt being cancelled? But also in return, other contracts being signed behind, so that or to give a lifeline to presidents to continue with their dictatorial tendencies. I don't know. I mean, there are many things that is going on. For instance, Bisinje being abducted from Kenya, and the silence that we are seeing from the minority, because Museveni is testing the waters, and nobody is able to talk about that, because Museveni is testing the waters, because Museveni has influence when it comes also to that seat. Remember last time he gave us the middle finger, and this time we are doing everything in our capacity not to agitate him. So I think somehow it is buying, which is sad.
Okay, so based on what you have said, I can say that you are pointing to the fact that there are so many under-table deals which are being done to make sure that Mr. Raila Odinga becomes the end of AU, but not for the good cause of Africa. But there is that artificial methodologies which are being put. So meaning that we are going to get somebody who will still maintain the status quo or even worse issues for Africa as a whole, based on what you have said. Is that right?
Because, yeah, and that is why I injected the issue of last-minute Biden trip to Angola. If you look at that trip, and America has never been a friend. It has always had interest. The interest of building that Amtrak, because now it's called Joe the Amtrak train, it's going to Angola, then straight, not even to the capital city of Zambia, straight to the copper mines. Okay, and from the copper mines straight again to the biggest mines in Congo. The target is very clear. Okay, that is the Western countries wants to take the dominance and take it out of China. The other thing also you are seeing is when I think the water, I think this was a long shot. And I think the Western countries have always had an agenda without our knowledge. I think the appointment of Raila as the infrastructure persona within the AUC was to test the water. When one of the biggest, when I remember one of the biggest project that Raila kept on talking, and but it can never be financed because they do not want cheap energy in Africa, was the waterfall and the geoelectric power that was going to be built in Congo, River Congo, that was able to generate, I think, the largest kilowatts in the world. But that one has failed.
Hingadam.
Yeah, but now you've never heard Raila. Raila used to talk about interconnection of Africa. Raila used to talk about inter-African highways, the African corridor, so on and so forth. That one has totally ceased because the Western agenda is doing what? Is taking front. Now, that Pan-Africanism in him, okay? That Pan-Africanism in him that you saw when he was the infrastructure, because it should run on the basis of the Pan-African infrastructure seat, because he's been there, he did very well, and it's a signature legacy that he left. But he has seceded from using it, unfortunately. And I keep questioning, why is he not talking about it? Has he been silenced by Western powers so that it can never be implemented? We were talking about in the Burkina region, the Mali region, the urea that most of it actually goes to France to lighten Paris uranium. And we were talking also for us having uranium enrichment for clean energy, so that because those countries do not have as many rivers as the western or the southern corridors, so uranium was to be used. We are not hearing that, okay? And then his last trip was the French-speaking countries, which have been giving him a heck of a problem. If you realize, the French-speaking countries had given him a big problem because they were supporting the Djibouti person. But when the Senegal elected the new president and the new prime minister, who actually hosted the whole president, they came in as revolutionists, and we thought they were going to do what? To change Senegal. But soon they started criticizing Burkina Faso for not being part of ECOWAS, and they actually said they were going to expel Burkina and so on and so forth from whatever they were saying. And Burkina and Mali and the other country formed their own economic and their own currency that they could use so that they could get back to the ECOWAS. Now, ECOWAS sent the Senegal president personally to Ibrahim Traore to pester him so that he can still be part of ECOWAS, because ECOWAS was having a ripple effect after the three countries left. They thought it was going to be easy, and they thought that Nigeria was going to use its military power to do what? To go to these countries as it wanted to do in the Gambia, and making Yahya Jammeh leave leave the Gambia. But to always say, bring it on, bring it, baby. If you want a war with us, bring it. But because Nigeria was very down in terms of the economy, the debt, and everything, Nigeria said, no, we are not going to fight these three countries. And given the fact that the person at heart that is urging the African Union French-speaking countries to vote for the Djibouti individual are the Senegalese. I saw Raila try to go to Senegal through the Gambia. If you look at the Gambia is basically bordered by only Senegal, if you have not known. Zambia is like Lesotho, is inside Senegal. So they're trying to make a point.
Actually, Alex, let me add you something. Gambia is a very funny country. You move from Senegal, go to Gambia, go to Senegal again. Like sometimes you could be going to Gambia and you have to cross Senegal 2 times. It's a funny country. That's what I was just trying to reinforce to you, that Gambia is like a country which is inside Senegal. Go ahead. It's good. Go ahead.
So it's actually Senegal, because the Gambia was colonized by the British and they speak English, and Senegal was colonized by the French, because actually the British just wanted to take the area that the river passes only, the most fertile area, and left the rest. So I've been following Raila Amolo Odinga campaign to see what is he up to, what is he going to offer. But I've come to realize, in terms of ideology and philosophy, he's not giving us anything tangible when he's given the platform to address, because every time you visit, you will address the media and also tell the media what you are up to Africa as the new AUC chair. But what we are seeing is going to seek cut deals, which basically has been doing throughout. And that is one thing that Kindiki wanted to do when he went to the inauguration of the new president of Botswana. And I think you saw the diplomatic failure that he got there. So I think Raila is succeeding in cutting deals, but not in terms of who we knew as a person who has the philosophy and the ideologies that are Pan-Africanism that can attract the coming together of Africa, because the dream for Africa is one currency, one army, and borderless Africa. He is not agitating for that. That are not his philosophies. Thank you. Good.
Yeah, sure. Raila Odinga has lost the philosophy along the way. I think he decided to agree with the devils who are mummified in their own way. But the biggest thing which we should also ask ourselves, even as we try to ask that, does Mr. Raila Odinga have the required energy to steer that organization? If, let's say, we are not looking at anything, maybe Alex, I looked at that thing and I saw that the term is 4 years. 4 plus, I think 4 years, 1 term plus another 1 term. So you do 4 years. So there is a possibility you can do 8 years. Is Raila Odinga in a mental capacity to handle that position for the next 4 years and maybe another 4 years, such that he retires at an age of close to 90 years if he succeeds to join?
You know, I saw, unfortunately, there were news in Cameroon for the month that Paul Biya died, what and what, until there was a martial law. I call it a martial law. The thing that the South Korea made a mistake, that now you cannot talk about Paul Biya in Cameroon because of the rumors that were going on. But finally, Paul Biya came. The guy is 90, and he was picked up from the airport. And I saw how the deep state were acting. Young, intelligent men with a lot of energy who believe in an old crack and who don't see, a country beyond that guy. The same mistake that the Zimbabweans made, thinking that the removal, being like a sycophant for Mugabe, only to end up again choosing another sycophant. So the deep state, psychophancy has one common denominator, is how they prevail and what they get out of what they have. I think I'm keenly following also the person they want to choose to be the deputy of Raila, which is more interesting than Raila himself. Just in case Raila is not able to make it, what is the alternative? I want you to go and do the homework, and that will be even more alarming to you. So it is, how can I, it's a narrative that has been said that, and knowing that usually African Union, which used to be called OAU, and now the difference between AU and EU is just the A and E, but the funders or the bankrollers are the same. The people bankrolling the African Union have one agenda, simply to put the president into the pocket. So it's not about capacity. Now I'm answering your question. It's not about capacity. No. The people that will surround Raila Amolo Odinga will not be the Pauline who actually now are paroking. No. They've been set. The people actually who will be managing, because remember, the rotation of president of African Union is held by a president, which has no power in terms of management. The AUC has the power, which basically means the budget and the control of one or two, three things in terms of security, in terms of where there is war, in terms where there is minerals, in terms of ABCD, is basically under superficially AUC. But who is the AUC itself? So Raila will be a figure, but the people who are bankrolling all this money you are seeing, all the tantalizing launching that you saw of billions of money being used, they will have to pay it back. So Raila's capacity does not matter. In fact, it's better for them.
Okay, hiyo ni mzuri. So Alex, utaniruhusu kidogo nikaribishe Juria. We have a new entrance in the room.
Asante, it's good to see Alex. Na kumsikia Alex, you always really make some awesome contributions. Hata nimeshanga kwani AU inakuanga na deputy? I don't know. Alex, I heard you say that. Inakuanga na deputy.
Alex, respond to Juria, please, if you can hear. Yes, he has confirmed. Na niliona ni kama ni yule mama wa kutoka Algeria.
Algeria.
Alex, just respond to him about that. Maybe you can respond to him.
Algeria.
Vile wanajipanga.
Algeria ama Liberia ama wapi?
Watch Alex akujibu. 1 minute. Alex, get in and respond to that. Alex, respond to that, please. Alex?
amekuwa busy. So let me just endelea atatujibu baadaye. So these people, let me say this African Union cannot change. I mean, these countries, Africa, juzi, somebody told me something, and I was just talking with an American here, mwenye jasoma sana Njiru. Unajua Amerika sio lazima uwe na kisomo kubwa ndio ufaulu. Si Njiru wewe umegundua hivyo? Kitu wewe umegundua?
Their country is working. Julia, their country is working.
Yeah.
There are opportunities everywhere. So masomo ni layer 2, ni phase 2.
Sasa so we were analyzing hata yeye amegundua kwamba according to him Wakenya wamesoma sana. In fact alikuwa ananipatia ratio ati yenye utafiti wake kwamba 3 out of 5 Kenya members of a family in Kenya are college graduates. Lakini unfortunately those graduates are working in restaurants, wengine hata hawana kazi. Sasa he was asking me, okay, akagundua kwamba why Kenyans wamesoma ni kwa sababu serikali ya Kenya imefund education up to higher education for many years. So he was asking me, why fund education and then employ them in the restaurants where you don't need those skills to work? You don't need to go to have a college degree to work in the restaurant. Akaniuliza hilo swali. Akaniuliza, all these efforts can also be, more efforts can be put in creation of industries and businesses and all that to hire these people that you are producing in college. Unaona? Sasa mimi nikaona kweli kuna upumbavu mwingi sana Afrika, Kenya ikiongoza. Alafu nikaona mimi tu nimeshangaa tu whether it is a curse ama ni nini. Unaona hata ukiangalia Kenya, Njiru, these politicians wenye tuko nao, unajua wote kabisa pengine only 2 could have the mindset that we are having. A revolutionary mindset, of revolutionary in terms of not just the political scene. You know, Alex is saying ati Zimbabwe walitoa huyu wakaweka huyu. Unajua ukweli mnaweza toa Atairani na mweke Kagege. You know somebody can be a president but Kagege too. He's not abducting you or your children. But he doesn't have the revolutionary mindset or about the economy and all that. Na amekwama tu kwa nini kasuba ingine ya tene. Unaona, tuseme, let me talk about Joho. Unaona Joho akikasirika na social media. Hao sasa ni tule tugagetwa tene. Wamekwama tene. Yani badala ya kujiuliza, these youngsters are doing so much in social media, they're destroying us so much. How can we make this productive? How can we make these skills that they are using productive? Haya. Ukiangalia mtu kama Ruto, anaenda kusema ana create internet hubs, but he doesn't follow up. Unaona, really, alafu chenye huwa kinanikasirisha Njiru, watu wamesafiri ngambo. These people have been here forever in the US and wherever, and they see how things are running, and they never desire to go back and transform their countries to run like that. So that is why even now in Kenya we want change, but we want revolutionary change. Hatutaki mtu mwenye Kagege, tumetoa a tyrant na tumeweka Kagege, ama mtu mwenye tu how only things can work, you know, somebody who doesn't think that things should change, somebody who is stuck and glued in old mindset. So I was trying to add on what Alex was saying. Maybe asijui leo topic ya leo ni lini, sikuangalia. What is the topic for today, Njiru?
Unmute. Everyone in Kenya not giving the government peace. How long it?
Leo nimeona polisi wamefukuzwa pale Nyeri. Hata nikasema tu akitandikwa tu kichapo cha umbwa, sikufuzwa tu peke yake. Na siku hizi nimeona Wakenya popote wanaenda wanasema Ruto must go, but then I think we should go the next step of Ruto must go, of Ruto actually going. Now Jana ni juzi sijui ni jana ama ni juzi niliwatch Ruto akipiga kelele pale, sijui ni mkoa wa Pwani, akisema kwamba ati, na kweli niliangalia body language. Huyu jamaa alikuwa amekasirika, mpaka nerves, inaitwa nerves ama ni arteries huku za kichwa zinatoka, veins zinaonekana. Unaona mtu ukiona mwanaume amekasirika mpaka veins za kichwa zinaonekana. Huyu jamaa amekasirika, alikuwa amekasirika akisema ati Wakenya wanapinga everything. Then I was analyzing. I saw a clip ndakutumia you share by NTV. You speaker huyu mtu wa NTV akianalyze akiuliza Ruto anatukasirikia nini sisi tumekasirika? Anatukasirikia nini sisi tumekasirika? You know, he was like one thinking aloud. Why is Ruto mad with Kenyans? Well, we are the ones mad because they don't involve us in anything they are doing. So Ruto alikuwa amekasirika sana, but now looking at the way alikuwa amekasirika and his sycophants were trying to console him, nikaona kwamba hata kama Ruto anaona tu Wakenya ni wambaya, he is yet to admit that there is a problem. He doesn't get it. Hawezi pata hiyo kitu. Hiyo story haiwezi elewa. Unaona, unaweza kuwa ukikosa jinsi unajua umekosa. Na ukijua umekosa saa zingine hata unanyamaza tu. Lakini he can't catch it. He can't catch what Kenyans are looking for. You know, he can't catch it. So, if my take is this pressure on the government is not going to go down and Kenyans are not going to be calm until we have somebody with a revolutionary mindset. This is the kind of a mindset that comes in say things need to be done right. Nyinyi umetuonyesha huyu ni PM France ametupwa nje. Mpaka tufike hapo kwamba tukichoka na mtu si ati ni chama chetu ama ni mtu yetu, awe anatuchosha tu. Unaona jana South Korea president wa South Korea, ni president ama ni prime minister, ameenda akapitisha aka-announce martial law. Bunge yake, I think is from his party, went and threw that law out. Ebu imagine, hawaku compromise. They didn't agree with him. Sio ndio wamemchagua. I think South Korea, no, they have a premier thing or a presidential thing. I don't know what they have. Kama wako na yetu ama kama wako na premier kama ya Britain.
South Korea is American system, so it is presidential. It's presidential.
But for them, still, I want to assume that the president had the majority members of parliament, right? And they went and threw out what he passed. Can you see that? You know, they rejected dictatorship, the members of parliament. Look at what has happened to France. So what I'm thinking, we need a revolutionary mindset in Kenya, where even members of parliament will make decisions based on the needs of the common man, not because wamekuwa bribed. Unaona kama Junet anaongea ujinga, anasema ati tukikuwa opposition tukua tunasema hivi, ati saa hizi tumeamua atusemi hivi. How mediocre is that? You know? So I really think we need something to happen in Kenya that is so revolutionary mpaka Wakenya wenyewe hata wao wabadilike. Alafu mimi ninasema hivi, Wakenya pia wasikue kwamba now first I want to say this. Gachagua side is really mobilizing the mountain. Lakini Gachagua should not be mistaken to think that he's the kind of a leader we would want. Akiria hivyo, ni vile tu watu wamekasirika and he's riding on that too. Asifikirie kwamba he's the kind of a leader we would want. Atusimamishe sasa. Hapana. Hatuwezi. Jana nilisema Wakikuyu anasemanga kuna msemo inasemwa kuna some thorns, some weeds in Kikuyu land. Moja inakuanga na miba, ingine inakuanga kali sana. Sasa wamama kitambo alituambianga usoe mtu kwa hii weed yenye iko na thorns, umpeleke kwa ile yenye ni kali. You have not solved that person's problem. So that will be the case that if Gachagua ever vied for anything and he got away with it even from Mount Kenya region. So I hope that will never happen. Lakini saizi, if he's mad with his boss, then he should help Kenyans. He should help deliver Kenya from this serikali ya majambazi. So me, I'm hoping that we'll have people with a revolutionary mindset na wenye watatuma Wakenya. Unaona, let me say this. You see, a lot of Kenyans who are working abroad, and I hope if politicians ever listen to such shows, can change Kenya. Do you know that? Do you know mtu mwenye amekaa ng'ambo for more than 7 years? First, why your mind, I expect your mind would be changed. Jiru, we come here, we can't say we make little money, but we work for it. Eh? And when we go home, you can do a few things that people in Kenya are not doing. But so when you are here, ile shock ya pesa inakuisha. Unajua shock of finding your account with this amount of money, it dies. It's no longer a shock. And then, okay, let me use myself as an example. The place I work, the place I work, penye nafanyanga kazi, nimeona, I have seen a lot of transparency, so much transparency, mpaka nina admire how people do things here. Njiru, we are normally given a lot of so much resources as teachers, resources. First resources kama stationery na nini. Class yangu sio lazima mtoto akuje na penseli ama notebook. You can't fail to learn because you didn't come to class without a notebook. Because mwalimu anakuwa na notebooks mingi, penseli mingi, out of stationery with you. Yani niko zimekaa kwa cardboard hapo mingi. And you see, Njiru hebu fikiria kama ni mwalimu wa Kenya, ingekuwa anajipanga vile ataweza kuuza hivyo. Ataenda kuuza hizo vitu, si ndio? She would be selling those things. Higher. On top of that, we are given a check to buy anything else that we were not given. And nobody follows us to account for that check because they expect us to do the right thing. Na mimi sijasikia mtu mwenye anasherehekea ati check nimepewa naenda kula nyama. I always hear people saying, planning what else they'll buy for the classroom. Nini hajapewa, nini atanunua. Unaona, sijasikia mtu mwenye anasema ati ameangukia ka check. So me, after staying here for quite some time now, I think I can call myself a person with a revolutionary mindset who believes that I don't have to have everything. Mimi si lazima mtu anione aniambie ati aseme ati I have seen a wealthy woman. I don't have to get there. I don't need that. If I have a house I'm sleeping with, ninakula, watoto wangu wamesoma, I'm okay Njiru. I'm not looking forward ati mseme ati yule mama she's the richest woman somewhere. What for? I can only sleep in one house at a time. Seriously, when Njiru ni nyumba ngapi unazalala at one particular moment? How many houses can you sleep in? One. So why do you want to have a house in Githurai, a house in Kayole, a house in Ongatalangai, a house kule? Watu wengine hapa wa diaspora, I hope I'm not talking about you. Wamejenga kwa in their homeland, uko in Kikuyu land or in Luo land, they have a house that looks like a palace, which they have not slept in for the last 3 years. Or 4 years or 5. Now, by the time they'll be buried, they'll not have slept in that house for more than 10 times. That is waste of resources, according to me. I'm not saying usijenge kwenye, mwenye nataka kujenga kwa ajenge kwa ni sawa tu. But I'm just trying to say that I think the people who have been traveled abroad, if they came back to Kenya, they are more likely to change that country because pesa haitawashtua sana. Mimi money I will not be sitashtuliwa na pesa ati nimelipa mshahara ya cabinet secretary ati sasa nishtuke nataka kuanguka. Kwani how much do they earn if you compare to the American pay here? Ni pesa ngapi wana? Hata kuna like nurses and doctors in this country earn much more than that. And I'm not a nurse, neither am I a doctor. So sitashtuka. And I think a lot of Kenyans who are abroad will feel like that. Then there's that thing, a culture is inculcated with you, a culture, an anti-corruption culture. So I think if we have people, Kenyans, without such mindsets, Kenya inaweza kabadilika sana, lakini it's a shame that Kenya and a lot of African countries still the only thing they think is grab as much resources from your country, steal from government coffers, corrupt yourself to tenders, overblow the tenders and get paid for doing nothing, buy houses and create wealth like Akina Sudis, and then you end up, I mean, at the end of the day, you have a country where people are going hungry, children cannot go to school, they're walking barefooted to school, shule ziko ni za matope zinaanguka na nyasi, na barabara haziko na stima haziko, alafu mnajifanya mnaongoza nini? Very soon watapata watu wa kuongoza. Asante Njiru, acha nifikishe hapo. Kuna mtu ameingia, mwambie arudi akatoka. I missed talking too much.
I think that was Alex. Yeah, thank you. You have given us some revolutionary ideas, and unfortunately, some of those members of parliament, including Mr. Ruto himself, I want your exposure. So I don't know where they will get this exposure. And the few who have this exposure, they have decided to join the lion den in the wrong way. Kuna mtu anaitwa Ashley. Ashley, fungua sauti tukusikie. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I hope you and Julia are doing fine also. And
Right.
maybe because I heard Julia talking about, and now I umesema about them being exposure for politicians. But if you remember when they were in the cabinet, when they were being going through cabinet, what do you call it? When they were being interviewed, all of them in their business, they had made profit. While the country at this time is going in the red, it's not doing well. What does that tell you? Either they were stealing, or they do know how to make money, but they have conflict of interest, so that when they see the opportunity, instead of bringing it to better Kenya, they take it to their own businesses. So at a point, I just feel like it's not like they don't have the know-how to make Kenya a better place. They just, by design, want Kenyans to be poor, because if most Kenyans are working, when they go to the streets on weekdays, who is going to be there to come and meet them? You know, and when they are doing these political fights, where are they going to get goons if people are working? They won't. So everyone wants to keep their goons poor, because if you enrich your goons, like say the people at Jacaranda, if they were taken to school courses, which is possible, and they were given skills that they could be able to either start their own businesses or be employed, when there is ODM needs people to come for demonstration, where are they going to find people? They won't have them. So what we don't realize, and we were told, these people we call our kingpins are actually the people who are keeping us poor. They don't come from very far. The people who are oppressing us are those people within. Now, someone like Gachagua, when he came into power, he said, we are not going to ask Uhuru, we are not going to ask anybody, they can keep what they stole. Now, when they keep what they stole, remember, some Kenyan somewhere had died because there was no medicine in the hospital. Some Kenyan died because of COVID. Money was stolen and nobody is following up that money. You know, stuff like this. And now this Gachagua, when all the other leaders were signing MOUs with Ruto, he didn't sign one. And I don't know what qualification now we are using to say that he will show us the way forward. How can we choose somebody who made such a dire mistake as the leader to point us into the right direction? How can we, how, God, tell me. Like, I'm like, how? And then in 2022, we said, tutarudishia Ruto mkono for supporting Uhuru for 2 terms. Now we are saying, tutarudishia Kalonzo mkono again. The same, we have the same habits. So how can you keep hitting your head in the wall or on the wall and accept a different outcome. And people who are saying these are not stupid people, they're intelligent people. You're like, how would you, an intelligent person, not engage yourself to sit down and decide who is the best leader for you to follow and wait for someone else who has made such a big mistake of not having an MOU to make another decision for you? So what guarantee do you have that he will make a good decision? And why aren't you making the decision for yourself? Why must he make it for you? What information does he have that you don't have that you can make that decision yourself? This is the foolishness that is keeping us where we are. We say we want change. We are not going to get change until we get up and do the heavy lifting ourselves. I have to choose a leader because I feel he will improve my lifestyle and he will improve my community. Watu wanasema Wakikuyu wanachapwa. Sasa is that poor woman who yesterday was not able to take their child to school and today they are still not able to take their child to school, yeye anachapwaje? You know, I don't understand this. And please, someone explain this to me. I don't understand, you know, and that's why I'm saying any person who is serious about change at this time, the only leader, undisputed leader, who has shown that he cannot be bribed. He might change, we don't know. But as of now, Okiya Omtata has shown that he has been faithful to the law. He has been faithful to the constitution. All the others have not. And if anybody is serious about any hope of a better tomorrow, I think our best bet right now is Okiya Omtata. The rest, God knows. But for me, that's what I feel. Thank you.
Okay, actually, don't get out. Maybe I wanted to bring you into perspective of collective thinking. You have brought to us individual thinking, which is good. But now let's increase the space a little bit to collective think, how general population is thinking. For instance, this Gachagua thing, we know Gachagua is not the best. Gachagua and his force, but people in the grassroots, I'm just trying to think like them so that now you can get what they are saying. People in the grassroots are saying, now this person has learned. This person now understands now how to trade, now that he has been in a problem, and now he is now charting his own way. So that is what now people people are using, because what people think is that out of the bigwigs in Kenya, this heavy political people in Kenya, other than now the new entrants who we are trying to embrace, like Okiya Omtata and the rest, like the people who want the status quo, the people want to see people can fight. That is why some of them are identifying with Gachagua, because now they see this person has suffered because he was actually trying to fight for us. That is the reason why he lost a seat. Maybe to ask you, is it possible for you to reason in that dimension, or to think to understand the person who is thinking in that dimension? Although I know it could be a little bit far from how you are thinking, because you want a collegiate politician, but is it possible for you to think like a typical Kenyan who is taking Gachagua as an hero because he has been fighting for him? According to him, that is what people in the ground, and now you can see now people are now trying to reason with him. So what I don't know is Gachagua able to make coalitions with the people like Akina Okiya Omtata? So can he be able to take that with full fair? But the truth of the matter is that we are still far from individual political thinking which is homogeneous. Kila mtu anafikiria story yake. Unfortunately, actually, you have a very good point, but unfortunately, Wakenya wako na mambo yao. Kila mtu anafikiria hivi. Yeah, we can change a few who we can here. I agree. But we have so many shortcomings in the grassroots. Unajuanga, like for example, mtu wako na pesa sijui nini, somebody is doing, because like kama ukiangalia sasa mtu kama Okiya Omtata, he is a good man, we all understand him, but the mass of grassroots, unless sasa many of us sasa tujitolee sasa tuseme sasa we want to market this guy, the fact that he is a bit crippled in terms of economy na vitu zingine, unaweza kuta sasa hiyo itabidi sasa mtu kama Okiya Mtata sasa ni sisi wenyewe sasa tutajitolea sasa tuseme sasa huyu mtu we are marketing him because we need him, but the people will be able to extremely touch the ground ni the ordinary guys, the status quo guys akina Raila and the rest. That's why unasikia Raila akisema anataka kukua like the place where he was in Vihiga, he doesn't need to mobilize because people are already there. So that is the issue. So I hope Kenyans can understand what you are saying, but I think you have presented Vision 2050, which is okay. Do you think so?
Oh, let me say, I forgot to say this, and I'll let Julie talk. Julia, she talked about something about Kenyans, and I don't remember what she said, but I wrote Kenyans are materialistic. Like in Kenya, if you look at our celebrities and influencers, they would like to say what car is someone driving, what house is someone living in, what clothes is this person putting in. The other day, Atuli was saying that Okiya is poor. Do you know, it's all about materialistic. So we've become more Indian, where we have class systems. And some people, a certain class of people, are not even looked upon like they can be anyone. Like in Indian, the caste system, there is a caste of high-level people. Those are the leaders. Someone like Okiya is low level. So even he's being despised. Even I've seen him when he went to FM, they didn't take him seriously because they are looking down on him because he has no money. Yet you look up on people who have money that they have stolen. So that materialistic, we have even poor people despise poor people. Poor people elevate rich people who have stolen. Poor people kill and ban poor people who steal a phone, and then go and clap for rich people who have stolen billions of their money. It's all been materialistic. So I don't know how that can be cured. On the part of Okiya Mtata, you know, in an idealistic society, what we need to do, those people you're saying in diaspora, instead of telling people in Kenya what to do, they need to do what people in Ukraine did. They boarded a plane and went back home and fought. Some of them died, some of them are maimed, and some of them are still fighting. I haven't seen any person in diaspora do that, even though they are very loud in telling those Kenyans to go to the streets. But they haven't purposely boarded a plane to go and fight for the cause. And I think if a lot of them did that, there would be change. Now, I have a problem, and I foresee a problem. You see the way Ruto is trying to silence Gachagua? Can you imagine if Okiya energized some people to go around and start talking to people? I don't see that even being able to happen. So I'm wondering if there is anybody who is going to oppose Ruto, how are they going to talk to the people? Because now even going to a barrio, people are being questioned. Like I heard Wamushomba saying that some of the people who came to Rimuru for the barrio, young people were called by the police to be asked why did they go to the barrio. So how is anyone going to compete with Ruto if you cannot hold meetings to convince people? We have a big problem, guys.
Okay, sure, it's true. Actually, we have a big problem, and that's why we are here cajoling people. And that's why I was saying, if you hand part of my solution, which I was saying here, is that we have to start, we have to regroup locally now. Every people have to return back to their constituency, and they put their member of parliament to task. And we reprimand our member, every constituency, 290 of them. We tell our member of parliament that we have given you 2 weeks, us as people from Manyata constituency, us as people from Elbagon, us as people from Molo constituency, and being a leader who we have elected, we have given you an ultimatum of 2 weeks. We want Ruto out. Is it not possible in Kenya?
Are you talking to me or Julia?
Yeah, any one of you, but you can respond. Can we put our members of parliament to task, and we tell them that they have to represent us, because the rot has started in the parliament, where they decided to become praise and worship
Jen,
for.
I think, I don't know, we told them that we want Kufa Dereva, Kufa Matkanga. They didn't do anything. We told them we don't want the finance bill. They didn't do anything. So what do you think this telling them to go and vote Ruto out will do? They will not do anything. Such people don't, okay, you can give them the warning, but the next step should be going to court and telling the court that you do not have a representative, you have a imposter, and you want the imposter removed so you can get a representative. And since there is no IEBC, we need to take matters into our own hands. We need to go, they say we can be ruled either by our representatives or we can be ruled directly. We need to look at how direct rule works and go that way. That's my answer.
Yeah, I agree. But the problem which I have is that the parliament should make people immune of bad government. I thought the parliament has capacity to cure rogueness in a country. Is that true?
Julia, come in. I'm so sorry that I keep speaking. I don't intend to do that, but you can't force them to do their job. When you go to work and you have an employee who is not doing their job, you fire them. So you can't force them. Evidently, they do not want to do their job. That is why I said, since we are not able to recall them, you go to court and you say you do not have a member of parliament. What I have learned from the few that I have had talk, they think that you choose them to think for you, to make decisions for you, and that is not true. They do not even know what their job is. Their job is as a representative. They need to come talk to you, take the collective majority and go and represent that. And that collective majority does not have to be what they themselves believe. That they do not understand. What they are doing, they are making the decisions for you and imposing them on you. Even Ruto is not supposed to force us with what he wants, because the country does not belong to him. We've put him there to govern us, but not to impose on us. They do not understand their mandate, and that is why we need to look for a way, whether we look for it legally or otherwise, to remove them, because they are not serving our interests.
Julia, can you respond on the same? Is it possible?
Yes, I agree. It's not possible. Like I was saying, these are members of parliament. Somebody's been commenting on the comment section that Gen Z went on the streets. They stormed into parliament. I mean, the Gen Zs tried to force them, before they stormed into parliament, tried to ask them, to request them, to push them to reject the finance bill. They went ahead and approved it. You see? So these members of parliament I mean, our politicians, all of them, most of them, maybe there was most of them, even those who are posing to be fighting for the people right now, are just, they have no principles, they have no stand. Those who are posing to be fighting for the people is because they are thinking kwamba something will happen and they'll need to go back to the people to vie for that seat, for the parliamentary seat, or for the, I'm talking about those elected members of parliament. Wenye wanateta wako pande ya hii ingine ati wanajifanya wako kwa upinzani, ni kwa sababu kana kwamba wanafikiria kwamba chochote chaweza kutokea and they may have to go to the people to defend their seats. They don't believe in principles. They don't believe in serving mwananchi. They don't even know what is service. First, they have all those mediocre thinking, all of them. Yani, sijui Ashley ni kusafiri ama kutosafiri ama ni nini. Sijui nini itafanyikana. Now, you said something, maybe the people abroad in the diaspora. I think that the diaspora should just sponsor something and take over Kenya. Take over Kenya, kabisa. Kwa sababu, that is the only time people with a new mindset will come in. Now, see, somebody is trying to argue that Okiya Mtata hana pesa. Huyo ni atwoli. Huyo mzee, unaona anaishi karne gani huyo? Akili yake ni karne gani hiyo? But then Ashley said something. I don't come ni Ashley ama ni wewe. Do you think Kenyans can hit the ground and campaign for Okiya Mtata? Yes. My answer is yes. Kenyans can hit the ground and campaign for that person. He doesn't need a lot of money to get where we want him to get. The only problem we have is the other politicians bringing him down. Akina nani? Akina Kalonzo, akina Gachagua. Huh? Unajua kuna wenye wanajifikiria sasa it is their right now to be president. And because kama vile unaona people are cheering Gachagua in Mount Kenya region, most of the people are still thinking mtu wetu. In fact, wacha nikwambie Njiru, kuna watu wengi wa Mount Kenya region sasa hivi wanafikiria kwamba Gachagua can be president. Do you know that? Ama what do you think, Njiru?
Yes, people think like now Gachagua has the tentacles to now be the president. Right, sure.
Yes, saizi. Hiyo unaitanga nini sasa? Do you think that is stupidity or is ignorance? What would you call that?
Because they believe that presidency is created through rebellion. So and they have now seen somebody who is rebelling against the government. So that's how Kenyan politics have been. Many people have become presidents. It has been through a platform of rebellion. You rebel.
And now, let me ask you, Kiru, hata wacha hiyo ya rebellion. Ile kitu ya mtu wetu Mount Kenya wakiulizwa wamekuwa na presidents wangapi? Wamewasaidia na nini chenye nyanza watajapata? People normally tell me here that Mount Kenya has gained, but me from my point of view, Mount Kenya is suffering as the other regions of the country, other parts of the country. If you ask me, in fact, right now there's some parts of Mount Kenya where people are very poor. When wanakuliwa na jigas. Do you know that in Mount Kenya region? Wanakuliwa na jigas. Yet they have had how many presidents? 3. How has that helped them? Unaona hiyo kitu kabla watu waitoe kwa roho. We just need a new mindset. Mtu mwenye atajaishi Kenya kwa miaka 20 to prove them wrong. But now we want Omtata. Lakini Omtata atasumbuliwa na kina Gachagua na kina Kalonzo. First, let me tell you, I don't think Kalonzo is ready for anybody else to become president. He'll spoil it. He'll spoil it, I'm telling you. And Gachagua will spoil it. Uliona juzi wakisema ati wameunga Gema. I'm not fighting Gema. I agree with Gema. In fact, Gema should become real Gema now. But Gema should become real Gema to save Kenya. Not for selfish needs. To save Kenya. For once, waseme, sisi, we are the firstborns. We are going to save this country. Si ati tena waende in their cocoon, waanze kusema ati sisi, tukiwapatia raisi, siji mutupatie makamu. Hapana, tutokange huko. So I think, I want to go back to the point of Alex. We want a change and change very, very fast. But we should change and bring in the right people that have a revolutionary mindset. Just right now, I agree with you and Ashley, I only see Okiya Omtata. Hata sijui running mate wake atakuwa nani. Sijui. Jana jili niliwauliza ile swali ya mku nijibu. Mlipata running mate wa Okiya?
I think the running mate of Okiya should not be a problem.
It's a problem.
They always come later. Your running mates always come later.
Running mate determines the numbers. They don't come later. Running mate is played with the numbers.
So I think there must be a coalition which will come together, hoping that coalition will be a people bringer. Nikitu watu wengi. That's why I'm saying.
So can you figure out that coalition?
So what I don't know, and maybe you have to advise me on that, is do you think we can have a mega coalition which is including everybody other than Ruto? They agree on one pot.
Yes, we can have
on one coalition because sorry, ile kitu naona tutakuwa na coalition 3. Tutakuwa na coalition ya Ruto. Then tutakuwa na coalition ya the good guys. Hawa ni akina Mutata, the good guy Mutata, maybe Omtata, maybe he could easily reason with akina Morara and maybe akina Matiang'i hapo. And then Gachagua na Kalonzo, I see it as another conglomerate. Now, how Kalonzo and Gachagua na akina Martha Karua on the other end can come and join this other coalition? That's now the big question.
I don't think Martha Karua will join Kalonzo and Gachagua. Gachagua hapo ndio anaharibu kila kitu. But Gachagua will not be discouraged because Gachagua will be encouraged so much ndio alete kura. Gachagua anatakwa hapa, anatakikana hapa kwa sababu yeye ndiye atakuwa amebeba ile mfuka kubwa ya kura. Unaona? Hapo ndio Gachagua, that is why Gachagua is needed. But then Gachagua is not needed ndio apewe kiti. He's needed because he needs to bring in the Mount Kenya vote block. Now, Kalonzo, my fear is, Kalonzo sai ameona yeye amekuwa president. So wamesema wameingia Gema. Amejua sasa yeye ni president. So my biggest worry is that Kalonzo will not be willing to play second fiddle to anyone. That is one. That is my biggest fear. And my biggest fear also, Gen Z cannot take Kalonzo for presidency because Gen Z, they are having a revolutionary mindset. Wataharibia Kalonzo.
So that's why I'm telling you there is a possibility that we are going to have 3 coalitions because
which will make Ruto come back.
No, what can happen? We can have 3 coalitions. Then this coalition of good people could sack everybody. It could sack some people from coalition ya kina Kalonzo. It could sack some people from Ruto. But where all these people can work together, na hiyo story na pia unajua pia kuna zile viti wanataka, mimi nataka hii, nataka hii. That process of bringing all this group together, and some of them unajua wako na entitlement na pride. Because sasa kama sasa hebu nikuulize, Kalonzo mtu ambaye amekuwa kwa siasa 1986. Julia, I'm asking you a question. Can you imagine Kalonzo akiwa kwa mkutano pahali alafu ati watu wanamwambia wewe achia Okiya Mtata?
Hawezi.
Can you react to Kalonzo? Kalonzo akiwa ameambiwa.
Hata saa he can't.
Si atacheka mbaya sana.
Hebu kumbuka vile ametusumbua na nini? Na maneno ya Raila Odinga na Martha Karua. Si unakumbuka ile story? Talikataka kuja mkutano. Before he decided to support Azimio. Hawezi.
Yeah, now that is now the big issue. Sasa ndio nasema, that is why I'm saying in the meantime hawa the good guys, because nimekuambia coalition ni 3. Kuna coalition ya the good guys, kuna ya Ruto ile pande, na ya this other guy, the status quo guy. So okay, Julia ameenda, the status quo guy. Me, if I was asked, the good guys should work hard and they convince people to come onto their side. Sababu hawa watu wakijipresent vizuri kwa watu, if they are going to present themselves well to the people. So Julia, wacha nikuwekea link tena, usitafute sana. Ndio hiyo. So hawa watu wakijipresent vizuri kwa watu, maybe ama pengine ni power imeisha. Hawa watu wakijipresent vizuri kwa watu, they can actually drive these people away from Kalonzo. They can. But let's hope if they can be able to unite all of them. But sasa ile shida iko sasa ni hawa watu wakishikana hivyo sasa wote hivyo. Sasa wataanzia kuletea watu sasa muozo sasa. Because again sasa vitu zingine sasa pia tunataka kupiga sasa. Some of the corruption deals wengine hawa pia sasa wame. So that is why now it has to be a coalition of the good and bad guys. Then tutafute a working formula. How do we treat each other? Mimi hivyo ndivyo naona. But for now, I don't want to talk of a coalition now. I don't think it is necessary for us to talk of a coalition now. What we should be talking about here is helping people to understand the stakes in this election. That if we allow Mr. Ruto to sneak and get another 5 years, it will be the beginning of the death, not even the beginning of the end. Now that one will be the beginning of the death. It is the worst thing which will happen to us. So, regardless of what we do, in whatever we do, priority number 1 is that everybody wants Ruto to go. In everything we do, the tag point is Ruto must go. So, Okiya Mtata has to present himself as a presidential candidate. And all the other people have to present themselves as serious presidential candidates. And then there must be a working formula. And that working formula has to be purely about Kenyans. It is not about them. So I do not want Kalonzo, Martha Karua, or even Gachagua, if they are going to sit down. The MOUs and the understandings must not be about them. It must be about our issues. So me, I'm saying hivi, mimi naona hivi, kama watu wa Mlima Kenya wanakuja, don't bring a figure, bring issues. Sasa watu wa Ukambani wako Mlima Kenya, sasa we no longer talk of Ukambani, sasa ni Mlima Kenya yote. So watu wa Mlima Kenya, come with issues. Let's not unite personalities, because this idea of uniting personalities ndio inaleta shida. So let issues be the ones which are driving us. So Muthoni Musu anasema, I'm thinking Karua is in the group of good guys. Okay. Martha Karua is in the group of the good guys and can make a good leader. We agree with that. Sasa hata ako Uganda anatetea Kizza Besigye sana huko. I don't think she is selfish. She wants good for our country. The only problem is that Karua gives up so easily. Okay. Kalonzo will be taken to all directions and we will lose our focus. Okay. Muthoni, I agree. I prefer Martha Karua. I think Karua can bring order as we bring issues. Okay. That's why now I'm saying the next coalition, let's have a coalition of issues. So maybe Martha Karua and all the other people who think you have issues for Kenyans. Can we allow issues to interact? Can we allow issues to link? Is it possible for issues to link instead of saying ni huyu mtu wanashikana na huyu? Is it possible for issues to link? Ile memorandum itaandikwa isikuwe ni memorandum tu ya kushika tu Mlima Kenya na watu. Ile memorandum itaandikwa ikuwe tu ni memorandum ya ukulima, ni memorandum ya technology, ni memorandum ya industrialization, yani memorandum of things and issues. That's the thing. So Teresia Ngwedai anasema Kalonzo is corrupt. So that's why I said we have 3 teams. Unajua, I try to separate for you here. Maybe Teresia, I can tell you we have 3 teams here. We have tuko na Ruto, hiyo ni team moja. Hiyo ishajipanga hiyo, because unajua they have to defend. Then we have the team of the good guys. So the team of the good guys, hawa Kinokia, kina nani, the good guys wako hapo. Then we have the team of status quo people, guys who are now fighting for survival. Kalonzo, Gachagua, and the rest. The question is, will the team of the status quo and the team of the good guys unite? And if they don't unite, will the team of the good guys be able to suppress the team of status quo? Because yes, we can suppress them. We can tell them that you people, you no longer represent our issues, you no longer represent our way of life. Everybody has to support the good guys, and we change our country. So those are the things which we have to start now asking ourselves. Yeah, so those are things which we have now to start asking ourselves. So Mason Sanders, exactly, Kalonzo is corrupt, and the other day he was asking, Jiro, please, let's not forget as we talk of issues, let's remember when Ruto was selling his manifesto, many thought he is a good guy. Okay, I agree. But you see, at the end of the day, if we talk about tribes, ama tukiongea story ya maeneo sana, people will start fleeing. That is the problem. So I would prefer a union where every region unites in issues form. Because tukisema tu hii eneo ishikane na hii eneo, itakuwa shida. Mimi vile naona itakuwa shida. So the type of leader that needs to be revolutionary. Yeah. So manifestos za watu can sell, but the individuals matter. No, but you see, I'm not talking about manifestos za watu. I'm talking about resolutions which are coming from the grassroots. Mimi naongea story ya resolution from the grassroots. So think about that, resolution from the grassroots. So wapendwa, endeleeni kusubscribe, at least hii channel yetu grow kabisa. We need this channel today, tomorrow, and the next day. So please allow the channel to grow. Na nashukuru sana wale ambao wana kila saa mnakuwa hapa. So some who will nyonga the corrupt. Yeah. So I was trying to look at it. It has to be bigger than the way we look at it. It has to be bigger. So far I can tell you we have 3 coalitions. Tuko na coalition 3. Question is, can the 2 coalitions work to suppress the other one? Because at the end of the day, lazima tushikane sisi wote tutoe Ruto. Can we get a life-changing president? Hiyo ndio swali. Can everybody rally behind Okiya Omtata now that nimesikia watu wakiongea sana wakisema ati they don't want Matiang'i. Matiang'i receive a lot of push. Nyinyi watu mmeenda kwa social media mumeona Matiang'i receive a lot of push. I don't think people are ready to work with Matiang'i. From my look, Matiang'i receive a lot of push. Teniingize Ashley. Yes, Ashley.
Pole, nini yangu my phone charged off. I wanted to say, I think what Morala was doing was good, but I already saw that he was another Ruto Junior. But what he was doing is good. Don't go to people on tribal basis, because tribe has not helped us. What someone like Okiya Omtata needs is a lot of boots on the ground in each constituency, talking to the people in each constituency about their needs, because all people want is their needs met. It doesn't have to be that the person comes from their own tribe. As long as the country is functioning. What is the thing that has caused our country not to function? It is rule of law being disobeyed, and it is also the constitution not being obeyed. If we can get a president who obeys the rule of law and the constitution and creates a conducive environment, he does not have to have the answers. He just needs to govern, because people have a lot of ideas, and if they are allowed to express themselves, I think Kenyans can move the country forward. We are not looking for an Albert Einstein to be our president. Like the Ruto thinks that he has to come with all the answers, just like Uhuru before him thought that he had the genius idea of BBI. Now Ruto thinks that he can also come up with ideas. It's good that he presents his idea, but he has to sell it to Kenyans. If they don't buy it, then he shelve it and take it to his family. He can't force it on us, and that is what he's not getting. And any leader does not get that they are there to represent our wishes, not to impose on us, should be shown the door. The challenge as Kenyans we have is, how do we make sure that even if 2027 comes, that the elections are free and fair? Not only that, remember we were told that elections is not an event, it is a process. So how do we even get the presidential candidates? How do we get the people who want to run for office having freedom to even engage the citizens? If right now Ruto is scared of Gachagua, who is already impeached. So can't you see we have a bigger threat right now to our democracy by this president who claims that he has been democratically elected? So I think our bigger problem is seeing how do we take care of this issue that is coming up, where Ruto does not want people to meet apart from him doing engagements, and people who are supporting him doing engagement. He wants no one else to engage the people. So even when 2027 comes, how do we engage the people to tell them what this other party is offering? Because I think any serious leader you don't have to go through the leaders. You just have to have enough people go door to door, telling people, the citizens, what you plan to do for them. Foot soldiers who are going to engage the people one-to-one, hear what they want, talk to them, and tell them what you as the government, the next government, is going to do. And I know people want to stay in their tribal cocoons. These tribal cocoons have not helped us. We as the Kikuyu have had 3 presidents, yet even today, where I come from in my Kishagi, we are still drinking water from the river like dogs, like cows, like goats. So what is the advantage of us having those 3 presidents? So even though they take the president away from Kikuyu for 25 years, I will not benefit if I am still drinking water from the stream now, after having 3 presidents. It has not benefited me. We have our children in the Gulf, our girls, and most of them are Kikuyus. What benefit have they got? That they come back in coffins, yet we have had 3 presidents. That's why I said from the beginning. And I think if we went door to door and convinced these people, we don't need a leader. It is because we are lazy, we don't want to do the footwork to go door to door and knock doors and tell them why they should elect whoever it is. Me, the reason I support Okia Omtata, Gachagua anatuambia he fought for us. He's telling us now we don't know because he was doing it behind closed doors. Okia Omtata told Ruto to his face, I love you, you're my friend, you've helped me in the past, but this finance bill is unconstitutional. So if you don't change it, I will take you to court. So I know, for that reason, I know that he can fight for me. I know that he will uphold the Constitution. When he upholds the Constitution, if our country runs within that Constitution, then we are safe to know that anything we want to do, we can do because we are protected under that Constitution. That's all we need from him. We don't need to have charisma. We don't need him to be an Albert Einstein. We don't need him to be the best businessman because Kenyans will be able to express themselves, and the majority of if people express themselves, the majority will rule the day. So it doesn't have to be a person from our tribe. And I know we keep saying Mother Karua. Why for one chance? You see, like even in the AU, they say this time we are going to give East and North Africa a chance. East and some, I don't know whether it's North Africa, another part of Africa chance, because most of the times, if they don't do that, there's a possibility we will never have that chance to have a leader coming from our side. So to show our cohesion and lack and selflessness, we can let someone else take the lead as long as they can do it. Someone like Okia Omtata has shown he's a human being, but to me, the things that we are lacking in a leader, in a president, he has shown that he can obey the Constitution. He has shown he follows the rule of law. I don't know what he would do if he became president, but Kalonzo has shown me he was chosen to go to, and I'm finishing, he was chosen to go to the bipartisan talks to talk about elections, to talk about high cost of living, among other things. When he went there, Ishongwa brought him things they didn't even have there that were supposed to be discussed. He came back with a broad-based government. He came back with NADCO, and this NADCO was going to put opposition office. Now, did he ask them, okay, you want to give us opposition office? Where is this money to pay this opposition office going to come from? Is that money not going to make the cost of living go high? For that reason, I am canceling him out because he was selfish. Once he was dangled a carrot, he bit. And he came out and said that is a good start. How is it a good start when you want to increase the cost of living you went there to fight for? He did not come even with one of those things that he went there for. None of them he came out there for and said, I was able to do this. Yet what he came out for is with a position for himself. And even just as recently as the other day, he was asking for those positions. So it looks like if he was given the opportunity today, he would jump on it. And again, even Gachagua, if he is able to bring the mountain together, because that is what they started fighting with Ruto about. The mountain, Ruto came to the mountain, he brought the mountain to himself, and Gachagua was trying to make himself the kingpin, actually snatching the mountain from Ruto. That is where their fight began, when he started wanting to be the kingpin. So it escalated because Ruto already has the people, and Gachagua is trying to take them so that he can pass through him to go to them. And I think even the Adani deal, the reason Gachagua refused it is because he knew of it, but he was not included. I suspect if he had been included, he would not have talked. But that is just a speculation. I am not holding, that is just a speculation. Don't hold me to it. Thank you.
Yes, Ashley, na utaki watu waone ni mwanadada mgani huyu anafanya contribution noma hivyo. Kuuliza tu.
Hapana, niko na night dress.
Oh, sorry. Okay. It's okay, continue. We need your contribution, not your stature. Is okay. Yeah, I appreciate what you have said. You are trying to revolutionize our mind. But kuna kitu nitakuuliza, maybe you help me to understand. Now you see, our country is in a desperation, and regardless of what we want to do, we have all agreed that Ruto is a no-go zone. Ruto hafai kukua hapo. Now, we now have Okiya Mtata. Can you give me a formula which Okiya Mtata can use to change the narrative, one, and also to make himself accessible to the public who are day in, day out? Okay, this is my question. Can you tell me what Okiya Mtata can do to talk to tribalists who like, let's say Okiya Mtata is in Central. How should Okiya present himself there? And he is able to outwit the narrative of we need our mtu wetu. How should he package himself to penetrate those areas? Because Central, there is a mtu wetu. Nyanza, you will get another tentacle of people wanting their own there. So, and he has to, the truth of the matter is that actually he has to navigate those troubles of tribalism before he present himself on the national agenda. So how is he going to present himself there, and he still convinces people that he still values them, nothing they are going to lose, even if there is no mtu wetu here. Still the things which they still get from their mtu wao, he has them.
Or they don't even get those things, because even when Gachagua was saying Lusiguze Mlima, it wasn't really Mlima, it was the cabinet position. So he was really fighting for the big cats, not the little people. Because when he was saying don't touch the positions, the cabinet position, that had nothing to do with you and your well-being as Njiro, unless you are related to those people. It had nothing to do with the little man. It had everything to do with the big people in high positions. You know, and then tunasema ni Mlima. Sasa ndio Alice Wahome yuko na kazi. How are you benefiting? How are you benefiting because Kikuyus had many more cabinet ministers than other tribes? Apart from the fact that you're being hated. You are a victim and being victimized again. Because now they hate you as a Kikuyu, and yet you're not benefiting because your people are eating. It's so unfair, by the way, to be a poor Kikuyu and hated because you're a Kikuyu, because Kikuyus are many in cabinet, because Kikuyus are the mostly appointed people in other positions, and they tell you, and you have children you're rearing, hoping that one of them will become somebody great, even a president, that now it is time for another tribe to take the mantle. Yet you are suffering, you as a Kikuyu. That is why anybody who comes and fights in the name of a tribe as a leader uses the tribe to protect themselves, yet it is them that benefit. So it's like mtu anaiba alafu anakuja na kimbia nyuma yako for you to protect them, yet you have not got any benefit from that thieving they have done. So you actually are a victim. And a lot of Kikuyus are victims. How many of them die in hospitals for lack of medicine? How many die at home because they can't even go to the hospital because they don't even have money for consultation or even money to buy drugs? Yet today, utasikia, Wakikuyu wametuzoea, Wakikuyu, you are included. Aren't you a victim? So it's just talking. What we need is not, Omtata cannot go all over the country. What he needs is a lot of foot soldiers. A lot of foot soldiers to speak to their neighbors, to speak to their families, to speak to their churchmates, to speak to their schoolmates. But now the question is, do we even have the freedom in Kenya right now to be able to do that? If Gachagua cannot be allowed to talk, if when Gen Z go to the streets, there is state-sponsored goons to disrupt those protests. If when Gachagua goes to speak, there are state-sponsored goons to disrupt, and then they turn around and tell him that he sponsored the goons himself. So tell me, if Omtata looks like he can beat Ruto, don't you think he will be in danger? Don't you think even his foot soldiers will be in danger of being abducted, of being harassed? If he holds a meeting in Central and have a lot of people, don't you think he will experience state-sponsored goons? Now, the bigger question right now has become, how do we stop Ruto from interrupting our democracy? What do we need to do? Do we need to go to the UN so that he can be declared an enemy? Should he be declared wanted? Should we have a warrant of arrest for him? Because there is no way we are going to do any politicking. We are not going to be a successful multi-party if the other candidates cannot be given a chance to state their case. And in this day-to-day, if Gachagua is being beaten because he looks like he's the one who is powerful, what if, even if not Okia, someone else comes up and looks like they are going to be powerful? Is he not going to be in danger? How do we prevent that? I think that is the bigger question today. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, you can look at the chat. I've sent you a message there. So actually, I want to ask you a question based on what you're saying. So don't you think that people like Okiya Omtata and the rest, they need to modernize? They need to modernize their way of engagement to people. Like, yeah, it is true. We know that saa zingine rally zinaweza kuwa ngumu because of the disruption, sponsored disruption. But is there no alternative ways of stating your case to people? I have seen in some countries whereby even people have, they have not even been seen by people, and they return to the country and they are voted in because their technological machinery was so advanced, or was so, they were present everywhere. I think people like Okiya Omtata, we need to see them using technology. We need to see them using technology, and I don't know, maybe it is because I don't know to accuse him that he is not using, but I know that he just said that he has appointed people to advise him if to vie. So by the way, I don't think he has made a decision to vie, but I don't think that committee which he appointed will recommend him not to vie. So I think that committee is just a lag time they are trying to buy, as I think maybe the guy is trying to build a coalition, or maybe trying to analyze if he can be able to get maybe some few people who have some interest here and there. Because you know the challenge which we have in Kenya, citizens do not support election. The only thing which citizens do is to participate in election. You will never see a Kenyan citizen donating even 100 shilling to a campaign, because that is not something which we have been taught. Because what we have been taught, I'm trying to show you the problem in Kenya, which people like Akina Mukia have. The basic thinking of the Kenyan, which we have to remove, is that I need to be paid to go and vote, sababu mimi nataka nimalizane na wewe ukifika mbele utajiripa. You know, that is the basic thinking of a regular Kenyan. Like sisi tunataka tulipwe, we have to be mobilized. You know the things which happen. And Okiya Omtata and the rest, they have to, first of all, use this time of close to 6 weeks, or no 6 months, to first of all show Kenyans they need to participate in democracy. Because actually, the truth of the matter is that Kenyans do not participate in the democratic process. Why? Because we want everything to be supplied to us. Has it reached the time now? Ninyi nauliza sasa sababu naona tajuri amerudi. Has it reached the time now where now Kenyans have to become more responsible to their democracy, whereby hata kama hauna pesa regardless ile pesa uko nayo, hata kama ni shilingi 5, don't you think now we need to regularize that culture of people now doing donations, so that now we can be responsible of our democracy? And can't people like Omutata, who we are claiming they don't have money, can't we now start from there? Tuseme sasa huyu mtu hana pesa, sasa tuanzie kuona mavuguvugu, or we start now seeing serious people coming up with strategies of making sure that this guy is well oiled. If there is some consensus that this person is vying for presidency, can we reach that level whereby this man can use public can use our money to look for this presidency? Must he use his money? Must he look for sponsors who he will have to start service? So I think that is the engagement which Okiya Omutata has to look to see what he has to do. Like he has to go to the grassroots, and although I know like if mtu akianzia kuitisha Wakenya pesa, wengine hata wataanzia kuchoka, kumbe hata huyu alikuwa anakuja kutusumbua hapa. So I don't know how they are going to bridge that gap whereby Kenyans can participate in the democratic process, because actually the truth of the matter is we don't. We have never participated in our democratic process. Tunaonanga Wakenya wakiwa wamesimama kwa laini za kulipwa. That is the typical Kenyan we know. Akapige kura, lazima Mkenya alipwe. Typical Mkenya, I'm talking of typical Mkenya. I've not gotten an opportunity ya kulipwa. Maybe if I could have gotten that opportunity, pengine ningelipwa. Until now when I was vast enough that hiyo pesa hataisaidii. But the typical Mkenya ni wa pigeni laini. I attended a rally ya Wambora one time. I will explain this one. And I was expecting that he will speak to us. So watu wanangojea sasa governor akuje sasa. So mimi nilikuwa nikifikiria sasa tunaongeleshwa. So unfortunately immediately sasa amefika hiyo pahali, naanzia kuona raia anasema, mkubwa tushapiga laini hapa, unasemaje? So that was the issue. So like watu washaanzia kupiga line, na sio ati kupiga line ati wanacheka, ni wanapiga line for things to happen. So can you discuss that? So that is what we are dealing with now. Ashley and then Julia.
I think what he needs, like now, the way his supporters need to come up with a path, because he can't do everything. If you believe in him, you can form a group, like the way they have super PACs. And then you come up with a PAC and you generate money for the things that need to be done as a PAC that supports him. So it doesn't have to be all Kenyan. They can be people in diaspora. That is where they can play a big part. They can call their friends. They can call the Kenyans in diaspora and their friends who believe in the cause, and they can raise money that way. And I think that money can be raised a lot. And then this money can do specific things, like they can go to, but that's what I'm saying. Ruto has to allow people to be able to meet, because if they ask for a meeting and he refuses, then how do you communicate to the, I keep saying that, but you keep going back to how can he reach the people? But Ruto is preventing the people being reached. So how do we tackle that when he's using state machinery and he's using goons so that people do not become engaged? If they ask for meetings, if they are refused for these meetings, how are the people going to be? That if there was freedom, a lot of people in diaspora would even go back themselves to talk to the people, but they are afraid they'll be abducted and killed. So that is a very huge, that even may contribute to Ruto coming back. You had Ishongwa telling the MPs not to be scared about being one-term to being told that they are going to be removed. What do you know what they have planned? What do you know that they have planned? There will be no campaigns. That every time there is a campaign, it will be disrupted to where there is no campaign. This is huge. This is serious. So how are we going to be able to tackle that? So now, assuming we have tackled that, I think Omtata needs to meet with his group. I have some ideas, but I'm not going to say them here. But I think there are some ideas on how they can reach people. You know, I don't know kama wewe unafanya mtihani, watu walikuwa nasema timing the exam. You can time that election. And part of the election is safeguarding your vote. Ukiibiwa, then you have failed. Huwezi ibiwa alafu useme iliibiwa. Part of being the leader is being able to safeguard your vote. If you cannot safeguard your vote, you cannot safeguard the country. Thank you.
Okay, sawa. Unaweza soma private chat sasa na ujibu. So Julia, go ahead and respond to the same. Wakenya wanaweza acha kulipwa? Because that is my big question. Like, I have witnessed Kenyans being paid. Umeona of recent past, hata Ruto mwenyewe huko Kisumu watu walikuwa wanagongwa saa 2
I don't believe that Ruto wanashinda because ya kulipa wa Kenya. I don't believe that. But still Kenyans will go for that money because they are hungry and they need food and they are hungry and somebody is giving 200 shillings. But about Okiya Omtata, I've been following the space and I know that those youngsters are capable of mobilizing funds. Remember the amount of money they raised, and when Hanifa, you know, when the Hanifa was raising money to pay for those who had been injured and all that, in a few hours they raised so much. And don't forget, when the time I've been going to space, I've realized that there are a lot of people in the diaspora who are ready like, wanataka tu ni kama stima inawashwa, they come in and back them. So Okiya Omtata's campaign, I do not think the funding will be a problem as Atwoli thinks. Sidhani. But according to me, the only challenge Okiya Omtata has is reaching the ground, watu wenye wako pale mishinani, kwa sababu watu kama akina Gachagua na Kalonzo watazuia. Au ndio watazuia. Especially in Ukambani and Mount Kenya region. He's likely to penetrate the other parts of Kenya. But Mount Kenya and Ukambani, bado tuko na watu wako na kasuba ile ya Wakikuyu na Wakamba, na sasa hizi wameanza maneno ya Gema. Kuna some reason inakuwa kwa Mount Kenya tu ya kuudhi tu Jiru ya mtu wetu. Which some communities may not have. That is why this years they have been able to support people from other tribes. I'm not saying they don't have, but I want to say that there are communities that have been able to really cross boundaries and appreciate someone from another community. So this time, my take is, I saw Okiya Omtata launch his committee of people planning his campaigns. Niliona sasa kama ningelikuwa na yeye, and he should try and reach out to like-minded politicians. That is what he should try and reach out to. He should. For example, if I see Mother Karua teaming up, I know Mother Karua people don't want to support her at the grassroots, but she has a say nationwide. She has a say like, I think even Gen Z are more willing to listen to Mother Karua than any other person. She has kind of a say. So I thought Okiya Omtata will be reaching the ground and will be open to work with other politicians, because saizi lazima tutoe ugonjwa wenye tuko nao ni Ruto. Okay, about the campaigns, I saw how people are becoming wild. Kama vile they reacted in Nyeri. I think no matter how Ishungwa and the others think they can control Kenyans and intimidate them, itafika mahali washindwe. Itafika mahali Kenyans will overpower them. Because if you see what happened in Nyeri, see ati watu walipangwa, wakaambiwa fukuzeni hao polisi. People were getting mad. Yani, Yani walikuwa na kasiko na nyinyi mmekuja sana. Si ati waliitwa akaambiwa polisi watakuja, kujeni mwapige, hapana. It was a reaction, a reflex reaction that came out in Nyeri. So those Ishungwa and team should expect such reactions. And when Ishungwa was saying kwamba ati mnaambiwa hamtarudi, si kila mtu anaenda kwa, he knows the ground now. He knows what is going on. So with good mobilizations, Kenyans can overcome that. For the funding, Okia can get funds. Akiamua. First, he has the machinery ya Gen Z. Si ya Gen Z wako na pesa, lakini hao watu wanajua kupeleka mshene sana. But then they have a challenge. I am not sure they are able to reach the common man. Mwenye hajui Twitter ni nini na space ni nini. Hawajafika hapo. It's not just common. Hata kuna watu wamesoma, two people who are working class and have no idea what's going on in Twitter. So the Gen Z needs to spread their wings, and Okia Mutata needs to spread his wings. And that may be an uphill task because Ruto has been intimidating the mainstream media. So he has to devise ways of making sure kwamba amefikia kila mwananchi. And he doesn't have to play smart. I think he has to know that he may have even to play dirty. Kuna siku kitambo nilisikia Kenneth Matiba akishat Nation TV, Nation newspaper, akiwaambia shut up, even you I buy you to say what I want. Njiro, I don't know that you are old enough. One day Kenneth Matiba told Nation to shut up, akawaambia Nation newspaper kwamba he buys them. Aliwaambia nyamazeni. You want me to prove? I have to pay you to say something. So what am I saying? As much as Kenneth Matiba was a statesman, he knew that there are times you have to play dirty. So Okia Mutata needs to know that si ati atakuwa amekaa, atachapwa na majambazi wa Ruto. For example, this thing of Gachagua and kwa mazishi, unaona, people are so mad Gachagua alirushiwa viti. But you know me, deep in my heart, I don't remove the benefit of doubt kwamba Gachagua yeye mwenyewe angepanga hizo vitu. I'm not saying he arranged. I don't know who exactly did that. I don't want to make allegation that I'm not sure of. But Gachagua knows how to play dirty, like Ruto. Gachagua, siasa ya Gachagua na Ruto niko sawa. Gachagua can do equally do anything Ruto is doing. So Gachagua may be helpful kwa Okia Mutata kwa hiyo side ya vitu kama hiyo. That's my take.
Okay, so I think that one is in agreement. Mimi ile kitu tu nitasema, let's see how these coalitions start forming. Hoping watu kama Okia Mutata will be positive to go all the way. The only problem is that it will be very frustrating if Okia Mutata decides to support somebody. So, Julia, do you think that one can happen?
Someone like who, by the way?
Like who?
No, I'm just
for example.
I'm not saying it can happen, but I'm trying to be hypothetical. But because things happen in politics, what if sasa this coalition ilikuwa nikiongea kuhusu hawa akina Gachagua and Kalonzo, they promise Okia something. Don't you think he can also tilt backward?
Okia cannot be bought.
No, I'm asking through agreement.
No, and whoever, if he actually decides to support anyone, he will not support someone corrupt. That you can be sure. He went independent last time. He didn't go with ODM, and ODM is the one which is strong in his area.
Okay.
He went alone. And remember him telling the president, and they tried to coerce him to drop the finance bill, and he didn't. So why would he be bought now? Why? I don't see him being bought. And I would even trust him to give us, like if he went and said, oh, I'm going to be in coalition with this one, I would trust him more than I would trust someone like Gachagua.
Okay. Well answered. That's what I wanted to know, that because, when people are trying to forge coalitions, unexpected coalitions appear. Like the other time, you remember Wakambo walikuwa nangojea Kalonzo asimame, then suddenly wakajikuta amemezwa. So these things happen. So as long as
even now Njiru, even now Wakambo wanangojea Kalonzo akuwe president, let me tell you. Na kuna Wakikuyu wanafikiria kwamba Gachagua atasimama ashinde. They can be that naive.
And hata huyo nini Kalonzo akikuwa president, even this Wakamba wajiulize watagain nini. Unaona kama alienda to bipartisan talks, what did he get out but for himself and for the leaders in Azimio? He got the people nothing. So those are the things that we need to go to the ground and convince people on a one-to-one. That hata huyo Kalonzo akiingia, your life will not become better. Maybe if you just want to feel good.
In fact, let me tell you that I'm just hope. This is my hope that Okia gets into a movement with the right-minded people, like Mother Karua. Me, so far, I'm only seeing Mother Karua.
Like even Kangata was told, like before they elected Kindiki, he even went to an interview. I don't know whether you saw it, where he said he was approached to take over. You want someone, we are not looking for saints, but we are looking for someone with integrity. He said he can.
That is true.
Yes.
Somebody who wants to save Kenya.
I'm blameless. Luckily, there are some core principles. And that's why I said someone who will uphold the rule of law and someone who will obey the constitution as bare minimums. Now, the reason I go to Kangata is because when they went to him to replace Gachagua, he refused. And even Raila went to talk to him. He refused. And even Didi Nyoro, even though he used to be with them, I'm a refrain. I'm on the ground. We need a leader who will listen to the ground. That is what we are lacking right now. So we are not looking for saints, but these little things, like unaona mtu anarudi kwa line, you align with those. That's what if it was me, because you're not going to get, unless you in the church, utafute watu holy, and even the pastors are not holy. That is what you look for. Someone who is flexible and flexible to the people, not someone like Kalonzo who goes, mnamchagua aende akawatetee, anatoka hapo na nyama yake, and comes smiling to say, we have a beginning somewhere, and somewhere has nothing to do with you but him. Na hawezi sikia aibu kuja kuambia hivyo. And then you want to honor him by now making him the president. What makes you think now, if he can do that and get away with it, that when he becomes president, he will serve you? You will go back to complaining. And that's the problem with us.
What I think is that, go ahead, Ashley Maliza, spoiler.
Go ahead.
What I think, vile nimekuwa kwa space, I've been seeing the likes of Tony Ashoka, the likes of Kibutha Kibwana, Mother Karua. Okay, Tony Ashoka, Mother Karua, Kibutha Kibwana can have humble enough to listen to and Nomtata, to the Gen Z. Wanakujenga kwa mikutano yao. So me looking at those people, they are the like-minded people that Gen Z is looking for. Now, I just now almost agreeing with Njiru. Let us have the 3-horse race. But the problem will be Kikuyus ganging out behind the Gachagua to support Kalonzo. Ati ni mti yetu. Hiyo itakuwa tabia mbaya sana. Wakikuyu watafanya tena. Alafu chenye kitaniudhi ni waanze kusema kwamba tuliambiwa tena again. That time.
Alafu anasema Julia, nasema ati 2002 aliwasaidia and then juzi amewasaidia, sasa wanataka kumrudishia mkono. Isn't that the same thing they did with Ruto? So when are you going to choose a leader? Because he has said things that he wants to do other than atunamrudikia mkono. What does he have to offer? What is he saying? Hata sijasikia anything Kalonzo amesema atafanya. He has not said anything. He's barely there because of pride. Hajawahi sema, if I come, this is what I will do. Nothing.
Alafu what is annoying actually, tukipitisha pita 2028 waanze kusema naambiwa tuliambiwa. That is annoying. Tuliambiwa. That is very annoying.
Na sasa hiyo mtu is a whole human being, an intellectual person, na hawezi sikia aibu akisema aliambiwa. Na wewe mind yako ilikuwa wapi ukiambiwa? You're not a child. Use your mind.
So me let me say, Kikuyu are doing a good thing, we are rebelling against Ruto. Lakini wasifanya ujinga mwingine hapa, ujinga ati kwa sababu sasa ati nesho nemo baruya. Shinyibo baruya, nemo ruya nonsense. Nesho nemo ruya, osho tiwito, osho. I'm sorry for those who are listening to Kikuyu. Ni vile tunasikia talk nyingine hapo na inanibo ya kwa mountain. Ati osho tiwito nemo baruya. Sasa ni muria tunakula ama ni mkuku tunakula ama we want someone who will help Kenya. So I just hope something happens to Gachagua. I want a light because seemingly what I'm seeing now, Mount Kenya inaimba Gachagua. Which is a good thing to fight to. But after this, I hope Mount Kenya will see the right and decide, let us save Kenya. Si mtu wetu tuokoe nchi yetu leo. This time tuache kusema ati tuliambiwa tuokoe. Let us save our country. I hope so.
Unfortunately, we have a lot of people who are not informed. I want to say semi-illiterate. And I've reached a place where I think we should not have elections. We should just have positions to be announced. Price Waterhouse wakuja wafanye interview, waweke governor in each state due to merit, because when the people we are given to choose, they are carelessly throwing away their votes. Na kudanganywa birahisi, they are lied to and they believed, and they are lied to by our leaders. Someone like Sabina Chege, in the last dispensation, ile nini ya Uhuru, she was chosen by the people, but she used to keep saying, I am doing this for Uhuru. Without shame. Unajua hapa America, hawezi sema I'm doing this for a leader, maybe now, but mostly you will even pretend it's for the people who chose you, not for the leader. Kama unawakia leader, then the leader should pay you from their pocket. Na juzi akakama akasema ati we have to be with the wisdom, so we have to stay within the government. So yani anaweza jiuza just so that she can be in the government without having a conviction. We need to look for a leader who has conviction. Our people don't seem to know that we're looking for leaders with conviction. Juzi Morala Kakuja, he was criticizing Ruto, and people started saying, let's choose him. I'm like, what are the requirements? How are you coming to the conclusion that because he's going exposing Ruto's project, that he would make a good president himself? You know, Njiro, you need to bring another show on what do we look for, or what should we look for in a president or in a leader, because it seems that us Kenyans have a problem that we don't know what to look for in a leader, because the reason we chose Ruto is because he was criticizing Uhuru. Now the reason Morala had become famous is because he's criticizing Ruto. And then they start saying about Matiang'i. Matiang'i did exactly what Kindiki has done, and yet they think he would make a better president than Ruto. And I am like, what is it that I am not getting? Are we looking for a dictator, or are we looking for a president who will rule Kenya by the rule of law and by the constitution? Because if that is what we are doing, Matiang'i should not be on our lips, Jimmy Wanjigi should not be on our lips, because he helped, aided and abetted two ICC people who are accused of crimes against humanity, ran away, and the justice was not given to the victims of the 2007-2008 election. So how can we even consider such a man to be a president in Kenya. I think we have to have a discussion on what do we want in a president. Then when we know what we want, we go and look for them. I think we need to have that discussion. Jiro, since we've talked so much, tell me, what should we look for in a president in Kenya?
Yeah. Anyway, if you have time, I can allow such a show on Saturday. Saturday, I can have more time to discuss on that. But in Kenya, what we should look on a president, we should begin with the character. For me, if I was asked character, like where are you coming from? Like you see, majority ya majamaa tunachagua, most of them, unakuta ni mtu anakuja with issues, akona baggage. You understand? Mtu akona baggage, like he is not clean. Ni mtu amekuwa mwizi pale. Like you see, have you heard of, like in Kenya, if you have a scandal, chances of you becoming a leader is very high. Yeah, like having a scandal is a parachute to your next level of leadership. And Waiguru is a product of scandals. Yule jamaa wa Kajiado anaitwa nani? I'm just going to bring you to that. Yule jamaa wa Kajiado, Olelenku is a product of scandals. Even Ruto himself, he was a product of scandals. So, but if we analyze first of all character, who you are, na tunaangalia tu vizuri how your trajectory of survival. How did you make decisions when you had lean, when there was only one option left? Umeiona ni kama ile wakati yani you are very hungry na kuna kitu ya mwenyewe hapo. Are you going to decide kukula hiyo kitu sababu uko na njaa? So how do you make a decision when there are least options? So that's the way. So ndio nasema sasa, actually, unfortunately, we listen to policies and they don't mean them. So it's a lot of things. Sijui kama nimekujibu.
Yeah, a little bit. And I think character is good, but I think even the rule of law, I believe if you have character, you will obey. And Matiang'i is guilty of so many disobedience of court orders. Kama alikuwa anafanya hivyo as CS, can you imagine if he becomes the president? Will he ever consider a court order as, I mean, like if he was disobeying them already, and we want to pick him as the president, and he has to lift the book and swear to uphold the constitution, which we have already evidence that he has refused to uphold in the future. Why are we lying to ourselves? Last and not least, let me say this. Okiya Omtatah said that in the next election that is coming, we need to see how we can have the results called up at the polling station, at the constituency level, because by the time they got to Bomas, that's where the problem comes in. So I don't know how we can do that, have the election called immediately they finish counting. And I also wanted to say something I think I've forgotten, still on the area of elections. But I hope, I just pray, and we should all pray, because there is a lot of evilness going on, a lot of ukisikiza nini channels zingine za vernacular. There is a lot of funny things, darkness. And I don't think Christians are busy praying, but the other side is busy doing their shenanigans. So if we don't pray, we will not be able to redeem our country. It is now time more than ever that anybody who believes in God needs to go on their knees and cry for the country of Kenya, so that God can make a way for us where there seemed to be no way. Thank you.
I mean, actually, can you get time on Saturday? I can surely have a show discussing about quality of a president in Kenya. So I don't know, how is your schedule on Saturday? Maybe you can respond to me if you think you can have time.
Same time, or what time?
Mostly evening time, like this time.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I can do that. So after our regular show, I can do that for around 1.5 hours or so. We try to explore the character of our president. So keep on following on our links. I will actually even put it today, just for preparation. Thank you, Julia. Weka wazo lako sasa, tukuwe tunakaribia pale
So
katika
I just hope that Okiya will be able to mobilize like-minded people na aanze kwenda kwa ground na aanze kujaribu access hata local radios. Unajua right now Kenyans are their desperate moments and they need someone who appears to be like their savior, not who they believe will be their savior. And so far, I think many Kenyans have heard about Okiya Omtata. And even as Gachagua and team ride on their desperation, like Njiri you have said, he's like Kenya kama kona scandal unakuwa popular. Now Gachagua is popular because he was thrown out of the government. Naona. He's not popular juu ametuletea shule ama ametujengea shule mingi ama ameteta shule watoto wasomi sasa waanze kusoma. He's just getting the fame because wamekosana na Ruto, which is a wrong reason. You see, first and foremost, hatukuwa hapo wakipendana. In fact, when walikuwa wanapendana, he was selling the soul of the Kenya to the devil. So now kumshangilia kwa sababu ametupwa nje is a wrong idea. However, there's a good thing about this. It's a blessing in disguise. Because the fight of Gachagua and Ruto is also going to help Kenya in one way or the other. It is the saying that goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That is what is happening between Gachagua and Ruto and Kenyans. The enemy of our enemy, he's the enemy of our enemy. Therefore now, he's seemingly looking like our friend. Now, on that, another good thing that may also happen is that I think the law will not allow him to vie for a political seat for 10 years or something. That will give us time to breathe. Hataanza kusema ati hata mimi nipewe hii, sijui nipewe hii, hata mimi munipe. I think it will be very difficult for him to do that. Now, the problem, he'll be backing, kwa sababu yeye ni mtu wa shareholder, he'll be backing Kalonzo so that Kalonzo gives him a seat. Yeah, he you know, Gachagua even to the end. Let me say this. That is one idiotic thing I found with Gachagua, to the end. You see, hata kama you want to help your people, you don't keep rubbing out on other Kenyans. Rubbing it. Mimi nilisema, si ndio tulichagua hii serikali. Tugawie, that earned him hate from the rest of Kenya. And even to the end, he didn't realize that. Me, I don't approve of that kind of talk that he was talking, and I'll never approve of it. So even now, because he never realized why he shouldn't do that, I am sure that is the attitude akonayo side. Tusaidie fulani, tugatugawia mamlaka. Tusaidie fulani apate mamlaka, kwa sababu atugawie, ndio atugawie hata si atugawie mamlaka. Hiyo ndio attitude ya Gachagua, I have no doubt. So,
unfortunately, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So my take is, Omtata wajaribu kuingia ground so that Gachagua and team will have no choice but to support him. That's my take.
No, unajua wanaingia ground aje. I think they should go and talk to Kang'ata and Ndindi Nyoro.
Yes. Watumie route yao my youngsters. Unajua Ndindi Nyoro anajua kumobilize. Unajua Ndindi Nyoro amenyamaza na wacha hiyo jinga ya politicians wa Mount Kenya. So watumia kina Kang'ata wajaribu kuingia ground na my youngsters. Kuingia ground kabisa. Let Ndindi Nyoro start selling Omtata to Mount Kenya. So that, you know, Gachagua na wengine hawataka kuchukiwa na watu. Watasema, huyu watu wanataka ndio tunataka. That will be the song. So we leave Kalonzo to decide where he wants to be. Whether he wants to jump back to Ruto or to our side. That is what they should do. They should even embrace Babu Owino. Understand Babu Owino ako squeeze si kama ako kwa ODM sana. Because Babu Owino is in Nairobi. And he risks losing his seat if he decides to continue supporting Raila Odinga and his nonsense with Ruto. So, Omtata should just embrace that kind of a movement so that Gachagua and team will have no choice but to support him because they will be afraid of the ground. Watasema huyu wenye watu wanataka ndio tunataka. Itakuwa kama they can create an Omtata Tosha movement.
And you know they can do it also, Julia, the way they do it in the US, they time, you know, like this is a stronghold, you strategize to get the numbers that you do, you see we're going to go here, you look at where the weaknesses, where you can penetrate now.
And you know Gachagua, I mean, Omtata should also be wise. Akienda Mount Kenya, asipiga Gachagua. hata yeye anampatia same, si kusema ni mtu mzuri. He every time he talks he should be pinning like unaona vile aliwafanyia because Mount Kenya region seems can only listen to a language vile alifanyia mtu wenyu, sivyo? That is the language they can listen to.
I mean, if I'm me, I would even ignore all that. I would go and tell them that each house will have running water. Their children will have buses to go to school. Their children, and this decentralization. We are going to decentralize Nairobi. We are going to create jobs so that your parents can have money in their pockets so that they don't have to depend on their children to send them money. We are going to make sure the schools have food. We are going to make sure buses are available so that your children are not risking their lives walking to school. We are going to, so we employ drivers, so we employ teachers. Our children will not wash the classes. We'll employ janitors, stuff like that. You don't even have to talk about anybody. Tell them we are going to create jobs in the villages. And then we are going to take those houses. These are affordable housing. They are going to become government houses. We are going to give to the less fortunate, and we are going to work them out of poverty. When they get out of poverty, they get out of those houses. We put other people, and that is how we are growing to grow. So those houses will be, what are they called? County houses. They will not be for people. So if you are buying, you better be careful because you're going to leave them there on county land. So you cannot buy a house on a county land. They belong to the county. And this is how I plan to use those houses. I will give them to the poor people to live there. And then I will make sure I give them an education. I give them jobs so that they can move out of those houses and build their own houses. How can a sane person, how can you, a poor person, buy a bed sitter and live in it forever? Everybody wants to go beyond a bed sitter. So a bed sitter should be a beginner house. So it cannot be a permanent house for anybody. It should be a beginner house that somebody starts there, and then as they work hard, as their finances improve, they move out and buy a 3-bedroom house and leave that 1-bedroom or 1-bed sitter to another person who is beginning life. That is what I would sell to the people.
By the way, kulikuwa na nyumba za Kanjo, Nairobi, kitambo. Sasa Nairobi, the cities, and they were subsidized, the rent was subsidized, even in other cities in Kenya. So, hizo nyumba, mtoto can make them government houses. So, he can get through. He just needs to deploy. He just needs to deploy people on the ground. And akuwe rigorous. So, Gachagua and team will have no choice but to back him, because Gachagua would not want to be on the wrong side of the people. Ndio, mimi nimemaliza.
Okay, ni sawa. Okay, nimeshukuru. Naona hata Ashley ametokezea. Oh, Ashley amerudi tena. Okay, thank you for that. I think you ladies, you have really engaged this. So nilikuwa nataka tu kuwasomea tu, kuna mtu ameagree na hiyo wazo yenu ya Kang'ata and Ndindi. That one can be a starting point. But ni Jane ama ni Teresia, either Jane either Jane or Janet or Teresia, they are disagreeing on the issues of Babu Owino. Even though Babu Owino ni kama anakaa ni kama anakinzana na kina Raila, wanasema Babu Owino ni kama kuna wingu ako nayo. Hiyo wingu ya Manda case ni kama italeta shida on that. So then Joe Didi anasema I thought Kang'ata and Ndindi were under Ruto bandits. So Joe Didi ni kama yani like she still thinks like Kang'ata and Ndindi are proxies, ni maproxy, yani ni wale wacha tuite intellectual proxies. So both Judy and Ashley, can you defend Kang'ata and Ndindi? Do you think
it's about interests? And that's why I said he needs to go and talk to them. They seem like they have character. They of course are friends with Ruto. I don't know now to what extent, because they are not playing the game he wants them to play. But if I was Okia, I would make an attempt to engage them. They might not agree now, but later they might come through. But those are kind of people you want in your government, if it was going to be. But those are people I would approach if I was Okia Omtata. And then I would make my party, in order to even come to vie, you have to go through an integrity test to even vie in that party. So you tell people in my party, there will be nobody with a scandal. Like Babu Wino obviously would disqualify. And you know, people want a party that doesn't have corruption. So you have to be different from the others. We say if you have a corruption case, you can't. Hata kama afa uende tu mashule ulize who was the best student here, or you go to campus and look for leaders and tell them to stand. You can look for people who have not had a chance. And that's why I said you you sit down, we have 290 constituencies. You choose how many are likely to go your way. You can't convince everybody, and you shouldn't try to convince everybody because you're going to waste time. Unai time. Kama vile tulikuwa tuna time exams, you time even this one. That's what I would say. But I would think that he needs to talk to Kangata and Ndindi Nyoro. They might not immediately agree, but you never know. They might come to his side. But Gachagua akiongeleshwa vizuri na Ruto, atakuwa kama Raila. That is what I think.
Hata sahi anaweza rudi. Let me tell you. Unaona vile kuna waka Mount Kenya, and people are, you know, Mount Kenya has made it life hard for Ruto. Na Kindiki, unaona Kindiki atachukua na homecoming. I'm telling you, saizi Gachagua can be bought and tell people to shut up.
And he will bring Kindiki and Ruto to mountain if he talked too nicely.
Yes,
and that is what I don't like about him.
He's that selfish, self-centered person. Mtu mwenye himself.
I think you were there one time when I said when his wife went to the first time she went to the US after they became president. She went to see this TBN Christian channel to say that most of those chokoras are there because they are from single parent household and their single parents are not able to cater for them. Yet most of them come out from a two-parent house that is too poor. And they are trying to attack alcoholism from the wrong place. They are coming to tell people to stop alcoholism. They are not getting to the root. Why are these children becoming alcoholics? Na ni hizi pesa wameiba. So you help people get out of alcoholism, yet you don't help them get jobs.
Take people to school so that they stop drowning in alcoholism. Nonsense.
And then when people finish high school, they should be able to go to college. Yeah. And when they get to college, they should be able to get jobs. But when you make so many jobs out there, there is no money left to create jobs for the small person. Like what I was saying right now, we can decentralize Nairobi by creating jobs in the villages. And how do we create jobs in the villages? Most of our schools are dilapidated. If instead of building houses which people don't want, we can build our schools to standard, then we can have people building those schools. We can have people feeding those who are building. We can give our children buses. That means they have drivers. We can have people, janitors, cleaning those classrooms. And then our parents will not depend so much on us. They will have some money in the pocket. But our MPs, our leaders, do not want our parents to have money. They want them to remain poor. Na ndio hata siku hizi nasikia wakiwapeleka out of the country, they want them to give them a loan, sijui ni 150,000 or 200, and then with interest, alafu wakilipa the government that money back, and it will be cut straight from the paycheck, and then say you unalipwa 30 to 40,000. When will you ever finish paying on that kind of a loan with interest? That means umeenda out of the country to work as a driver na uko na degree or as a maid, and then you have to pay that money. So you stay a slave. On top of paying that money that you're paying as a loan, the government still wants you to pay taxes, and you're out of the country working. Na sasa hiyo umeacha familia yako ama hata hujaolewa ama hujaoa. So all your years that when you should have been forming a family, you are busy slaving. And people are going away without having families because they are out of there slaving their lives. And by the time they come back, they are old. And that is what our government wants. So I think Okia has a chance to distinguish himself. And there is a very big opportunity for him to even state his case and win without any of these kingpins.
He has. They just have no choice but to support him. because in pop up an Okiya Mtata movement.
Oh, I'm sorry. Julia, can you hear me?
Yes.
Na unidunge email yako. Good.
Asitaki hiyo kibarua.
Ina shida. It's okay.
Kwa sababu
Ni sawa. Nilikuwa nikitaka unaweza ingiza watu. Si ati ni kwa kitu mambo ingine. Just kuingiza watu wakati mtu ameenda. Not to task you. Tutapambana.
A bit busy. So
Okay.
Commit sana alafu ni let down.
So no, I don't want to commit anyone because I know it's a bit tough anyway. So mko na wazo la mwisho? Nataka nifunge at the top of the hour. Naona we are at 3:54. I can give this 6 minutes for wazo la mwisho.
Okiya Mtata for presidency. Wenye wananisikiza waseme Julia alisema Okiya Mtata for presidency, na hiyo maneno ya mtu wetu tumewaacha. Sasa waende wahubiri uko kwa nyanya na shushu na kina mama ya zao, waambie kwa chano ingine hapo ya jimu tutasema Okiya Mtata for presidency. We shall create an Okiya Mtata tosha movement. Asante.
Ashley, go ahead.
As we look for Okiya Mtata for president, I hope we'll come up with a way. I don't know whether we need to rally some people to go to UN and complain about the state of our affairs in Kenya and let them know what is happening about the interruption and interference with our democracy, because we do need a change. And Ruto is becoming emboldened. Kama juzi amerudisha ule opposition leader wa Uganda, na sasa anasema anataka to form East African community with Museveni. So who is going to be the president? Museveni. So if he becomes the president, is he going to bring the kind of democracy or nonsense that he is having? Ama anataka pia yeye saa kuwe kama Museveni amsaidie kukaa. You know, sometimes when you hear him saying that they want to have it like united, where we have like one country. So is he saying that he wants Museveni to leave because he's been there long, or does he want to stay as much as Museveni? And with what he's doing in Kenya, I think we need to reach a place we start letting the world know we need help, because we have a president that has become overbearing. And he's abducting and killing us and refusing us to express ourselves, instead of waiting until when election time, and then we start complaining that there was suppression. Since we can see it from a mile far, we need to do something about it, so that if we do get there, we have the ability to make a free decision without interference. Otherwise, kuna watu wengi sana watakufa during that time if Ruto does not want to go, and he knows he will go if he allows democracy to flourish. So if we keep seeing him doing what he's doing now, we need to think, what do we need to do to protect ourselves as Kenyans? Do we need to get them? Kwanza atolewe huko Haiti, juu yeye ni barbecue sasa, amekuwa kama barbecue. So we need somebody to come and help us get him out, if we want a free and fair election in 2027, or even any election, because at DBI, IBC hatuna. We don't have. So we are talking about an election, we have no IEBC. We are talking about an election, and even just a mayor barrio without an election on somebody who is not even vying for any position right now, ametolewa juzi. Ruto is so insecure. He's afraid of Gachagua at this time, and he just removed him. He still wants to silence him. Can you imagine if someone like Okiya Mtata became strong and there was the possibility that people would follow him? What would Ruto do? So what do we need to do to prevent it? Do we need to stay on the offensive, as defensive, or do we need to take offensive right now and try to foresee and see what can we do to stop him from stopping us expressing ourselves in a democracy?
Okay, thank you. Kuna watu wanakuambia UN iwezi saidia, ni comments za watu tu nasoma. I think they seem like to think UN is very, UN cannot help, so maybe
Ruto is not afraid of Kenyans. Hata mkijiua, mjirushe from 10th floor, or you scream, or you refuse to eat, or you do whatever, he will not listen. Let me tell you.
Of course, he will not listen, and that's why I'm saying there must be a way, another way in which we have to explore, which is
what I have seen, no, it's not Kenya. What I have seen Ruto do, and I said that in another channel, every time America speaks, he jumps. When they spoke about Adani, the very next day, he withdrew. Whether he's doing it under the table, I don't know. But he reacted immediately the next day. When the ambassador talked about IEBC, the next day, they put the final person who they needed to put to form the whole team. Every time America has spoken, he has acted on things that he had refused to act when Kenyans said. Even Gen Z, when he withdrew the finance bill, it wasn't because Gen Z went to the street. It's not because people got killed. People don't seem to look at the small detail. The reason Ruto withdrew that finance bill, the very next day or the day after, there was a global peace summit at the KICC. And those people who are heading, and he was supposed to be the keynote speaker, they called him and they told him not to come because he has problems at home, to first solve those problems. And that day is when he withdrew the finance bill. If you want to defeat your enemy, you have to know their weakness. Ruto's weakness is the white man. I hope that says a lot.
Ruto's weakness is white man.
Yes, he wants to impress them. He cares about what they think about him. That is why going to the UN to show him who he really is would make him take action that he would otherwise not take.
Okay, I think actually that point is well noted. Is a closer point of. I think you have taken some time to interrogate that, to know that umesema ati anaogopa mzungu. Na I think anawadanganyanga sana, and maybe he has been going there to take a lot of coffers. Sijui kama siku hizi wanampea pesa. We are yet to know. But unajua
Smilia from her, like a very big smile. So I grew up where I would get in a bus and I've witnessed more than one time mzungu anaingia, watu wengine karibu mtu anguke chini, basi imejaa na watu wamesimama, mtu karibu anguke chini, akiamka mzungu aketi chini. That is Ruto for you. Some people have an inferiority complex. How can a sitting president, go to another sitting president, alafu anakalia kiti yake ana green kama mtoto? That is inferiority because they are peers. They are peers.
Wow. Anyway,
that should happen.
Watu wameumia. I hope Kenyans we can come together. Anyway, actually I think tunaweza simamishia discussion hapo unless kama uko na the last point. Do you have anything else to add?
No, let me end there. What I'm going to say, the Bible says this. I'm going to end on a hopeful note. I've watched, I'm not going to say that channel, but this channel I've watched, and what I've come to discover, there's a lot of demonic forces in Kenya that are in operation right now more than ever. And when I saw that, I said, God, are your people really praying? Is there a remnant? Because the Bible says, if my people who are called by my name shall humble themselves and seek my face, then I will hear from heaven and heal their land. Yes, we will come here and fight, but I tell you, we will win this war on our knees. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, powerful statement. Unajua mtu akiwa amezindiria information yake na neno la Mungu, I can't just siwezi ongeza zaidi. So I'm very happy. So Ashley, encourage your friends, your team, wale ambao wanaelewa hizi lugha zetu za Kikenya, they subscribe our channel. We seek to grow and to reach more audience. We seek even to grow to the extent whereby people like Akina Okiya Mtata, they can see this as an alternative place where wanaweza kuja for political strategy if they want. So we will keep on pressing on and talking to the regular Kenyan with a view that the Kenyan will understand himself, and he should understand what he wants, that we do not choose governments to dictate to us, but we choose government to serve us. Again, regular Kenyans who have been in the comment section, I have much regard for you. Without you, this place could have been extremely boring. You also spent your time to be here. So even to the panelists, Julia, Ashley, Alex Good, that is Alex, I was really proud to see you here. Today I will not have a show in the morning, but tomorrow we should meet at the same time. So I will make sure that I have posted the show. So keep on seeing what is there, so that usipitwe na program yote, na yule ambaye hakuweza kuiona live, you can always meet a new show and you watch. But the most important thing is that usisikie hii information alafu unajifungia na wewe peke yako. Please allow your friends. If you feel that these are sane people speaking here, if you feel that these are people wanting to change our nation Kenya to the right trajectory, you have the power to allow them access this information free of charge by allowing them to understand what we are talking about here. So actually I will confirm that your show could discuss about qualities of a president or a leader in general. I commit myself, we can do it on Saturday. So I will share with you a link. So please participate. Nitafurahi sana if you come. I hope you'll, now that nimesikia wewe unaweza hubiri, you will also put a point of, you also want a God-fearing president. But sasa sio wale wakukuja na Biblia tu, lakini wanakuja kutokandamiza. Are you aware that huyu rais ambaye tunaongea story zake alikuja na Biblia? Ashley, are you aware of that?
Yeah.
So
you know, whatever the religion, I think, I don't know that Kenya is a godly, that, you know, I personally believe religion is your personal life. But when you come to the people, just the two ingredients we need is a person who will respect the rule of law and respect our constitution. All others, you know, the other things we can work on, what people believe, whether you are what. I would prefer a Christian, but even if there were other religion and they respect everybody and everybody respects everyone else's space, I think we can go with that. You know, we are all, you know, like, as long as you respect people and you respect the rule of law, everything else is between public, zikuwe public, na private, zikuwe private, and personal to be personal. And I think who you believe and how you worship should be a personal thing, not a public thing.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much. And thank you for joining our show. It could have been difficult for one person, but because you people, you dedicated yourself to be here, the show has been smoother. So House of Heru, Teresia Ngwadai, najaribu kuangalia baadhi ya wale watu ambao wamekuwa hapa. Wengi, Teresia Ngwadai, Jodida, Modhoni Muso, wengine tumekuwa nao katika zile channel zingine ile pande. Hata Resilient alikuja akatype kidogo akahepa. Agi, my friend from South Dakota, Mekez. Yeah, people are here. So please welcome your friends, your relatives, any person you think can benefit with this information. So until we meet tomorrow,